Good morning, mister. Hope you're well. Welcome so far. I've got my cup of tea. I'm just giving it a minute before I start. And if anybody who is currently watching, not that there's many people to be fair, you're more than welcome to join in. So this is what we'll be fighting today, with a concentration down on that bottom target area, as usual for the past few weeks. I'm looking forward to when they do the saving the situation. I forgot what it's called, so that we can restart and pick up where we left off, because it'll probably take us 2 or 3 sessions to break the back of this, to be honest. Thanks, Stu, for that. If anybody's interested in watching the 4K version, which is 4K 60 FPS, if you've got a monitor that does anything above 1080p, go and have a look and you'll see what sort of level of quality this game kicks out now. If you want to communicate, you really need to do that on Twitch. Good morning, Barbie. Anyway, I'm just sitting here enjoying my cup of tea, or will be when I actually start drinking it. Sorry if I'm in your right ear. If anyone's got any questions, jump in. I was going to say you'd have ASMR tea drinking, but I think it actually cuts the audio, filters it before it's, while it's that quiet. Let me try it. Yeah, it does. So it filters out sort of extraneous noises. I know that's a big word for a Saturday morning, but hey, that's exactly what happens. However, it does start switching on when I start talking. I'm not sure if it cuts any words off, or whether it's just the fact I don't have a breath between sentences, so it's one long continuous stream of inane chatter. So, let's pick up on a topic that's quite popular over in the UK. Weather's been a bit weird this week. Last week was all nice, hot and sunny. This week was, we had snow, we had frost, we have sun. And then driving to work, it went from 6 degrees down to about 2 degrees. So yeah, it's quite interesting. Anyway, let me push this button once more. He says, moving between your head. Between your head, sort of inside your head, I think I meant. See if that works. Yep. And that's completely screwed at one of my monitoring screens for some unknown reason. Right, if I put that there, I can see that. Tell you what, the way you stream through to YouTube, it does leave a lot to be desired, to be honest. Not on so much the stream, but if you wanted to monitor what was going on, it uses windows within windows and leaves you with great big gaps and moves the window over midstream and so on and so on. It's a real pain in the ass. Morning, Glyn. Right, so let's get rid of this little cheaty screen over the top. You see this little window? This is actually live that you can see, but the actual game's behind this window. I have to close it, right, which is done now, and now I'm back in the game. And it's a little workaround so that I can get my scrolly screen on, basically. But anyway, let's jump into something. I'm not going to start just yet as such, because I am still drinking my cup of tea. What as they say around here, cup of tea.
Tea kettle Babuk said, got you in 4K on the TV and it looks rubbish.
Oh, it does. Oh, that's good. I am pleased that I can actually stream rubbish to both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously.
A customer said, Kippertai?
Kippertai. That's a phrase that people use around here. Sometimes, or when people take the mick out of the Brummies, of which I'm not a Brummie before anybody asks. I'm more of a yum yum than I am a Brummie. And I have walked into customers before now and they've started shouting Kippertie at me. Kippertie! Because that's how your very broad Brummie sound. Kippertie, I want a Kippertie. Anyway. Right, I'm going to be jumping into the Chinook for a little bit as per. It's a shame, Barbie, that you're not getting her Jasper here. Excuse me. It's a shame you're not getting the full quality there, Barbie. I'm going to have to cough again. Can you hear my voice?
Rams out, please.
That's some better. Some C-Rams. Getting orders already. Okie dokie. Right, so I'll go through the startup. Remind me, I've got a warm. This is actually a hot cup of tea sitting there. So I'll just go through the startup of this and... Oh, right, okay. Yeah, no worries, Glenn. I understand, matey, and I appreciate that it's not always possible. The thing is, you jump in when you feel you want to. You know, you're always welcome. Right, we're going to switch the battery on. And then what we're going to do with the APU is switch it down to run for 5 seconds. Oh, excellent. And what is that going to do for you? Without going into specifics, is it going to help you and make something better? That's the plan, I take it. Or is it just causing, getting rid of something, so to speak? I'm going to press this down for 5 and leave it for 5 seconds, and then I'm going to press and hold for 2 seconds. And then after a few seconds, you will see the APU ready light. So switch it down to here for 5 seconds, and that's about 5 seconds. Press down to start for 2 seconds, let go, and then wait a few seconds, and you'll see APU ready. Meanwhile, I'll lean over here.
An implant put on my stomach and my hiatus hernia fixed.
Okay.
No more being sick, burnt down, and no more acid reflux.
That's quite a good move forward, isn't it? That's excellent, matey. What's your recovery time on it though? Because if you're planning to maybe fly next week, I think you're pushing it. Right, as you can see, the APU ready light is on. Yeah, I think you'll find it's going to take a little bit. Yeah, you'll find it's going to take a little bit longer than you think. The problem is with anything like that is the amount of things that are interconnected, right, to other bits of your body that you don't even realise, right, is amazing. For instance, what you need to do is go through your fingers and bend them and see if it hurts, and you're going to think, what? I mean, I had to pop into hospital for a bit of an emergency scalpel up the bum hole once, he says, not to put too fine. And it's amazing, anything you do for some unknown reasons connected to your bum hole, do you know what I mean? So it was quite funny, the sort of pain that was induced. And then the very next day I was doing some It's a Knockout in Northampton. And one of the things, I wasn't intending to, believe me, I was on double laxatives, performing in front of 50,000 people, and then suddenly I'd got to carry some guy on my shoulders and run sort of 20 metres with him. And I'm like, oh man, I was just panicking. I might shit myself in front of 50,000 people. I suppose that would have been quite amusing, but hey, that's the sort of things you have to do. But then again, I'll make jokes out of everything, especially if it's things about me. Do you know what I mean? Right, okay, so the APU is ready.
To reconstruct my throat.
Oh, really? So that'll take you out a little bit. The thing is, as long as you can communicate, I've always thought, as long as I can communicate in some way, I'm happy. Do you know what I mean? And if I can't talk, I can type. I can type pretty quick. And I just do that.
I have loads of scar tissue there from the acid.
Yeah, I can imagine. Right, okay, so what we're going to do is put the cross valve on. We're going to put the after fuel and the forward fuel. This is for engine number 1. We're going to come down here and we're going to put backup power on. It's probably a bit early for that. I never quite know, but half the things don't actually do anything at this point. We're going to roll the fuel pump down to ground. Okay, slowly roll it and it'll pop over. We're then going to hold the engine start over to number 1. Oh, what an idiot. What have I forgot? Anybody? Anybody who watches? Let me, I'm just going to reverse this because I have forgot something fundamental. Anybody spot it? Geez, man, I go through this each time I, jump into it.
When you made me realise that I have loads of holidays and only flight 2.
Ah, there you go. Power. It's actually the APU generator. I forgot to put it on. Now we should have some screens. Hey, good morning, mister. How are you? Looking forward to the safe state. That would be quite good, that, especially as we so bloody slow. Morning, Yam. Right, for those who have just joined, I've just switched the APU generator on. We're now going to put the cross feed on. We're going to put the aft and forward fuel feed. We're going to, move this down to ground. And has that just popped into ground? Yep. And then we're going to put the backup power on. And we're going to just hold the engine start over to number 1 until we get 12% on the NG for engine 1, which is there, and we just let go. And now we're going to wait for that to get to 55% or more, or wait until the cup of tea is finished, whichever's longer. And I think it'll be the cup of tea. You've been jumping in and out of Star Citizen, Spatey? I jumped in last night into the 4.1 and fell about laughing. Got into the lift from where I was in Orison. Morning, Stingy. And
I had a quick look.
And I couldn't go down in the lift. It wouldn't move. And I just laughed and come out of it and went back to live. But live is playing quite well, to be honest. And, the lifts... It always feels like they fix problems in the main branch. And someone forgets to say, oh, by the way, this is how we fix this problem, when they bring out the PTU branch, and then they have to go through the whole process again. Actually, it feels like it probably isn't that at all, but anyway. The hauling is a bit of a bloody slug as well. Ah, right, okay. Yeah. It does make you wonder, doesn't it, sometimes, when they go from, okay, the avocados have tested it, and then as soon as they move it over, it just doesn't work. You think, hang on a minute, how many avocados have they got? Probably all the streamers, I guess. What was that one, Charlie?
You're not in the air yet, are you singing?
I'm not in the air now, so if you see someone, shoot it.
I've just loaded up.
Oh. Right, okay, so now that that is over 56 and the tea is drunk, we can start the second engine. Second engine is very similar. We push the aft fuel on, forward fuel on, roll the sticky grey lever to ground. Not at all, no. Move that down to ground. Now, avocados are the evocatas in Star Citizen. Okay, move the engine start to engine number 2. Again, wait for it to get to 12 and let go. As we go through this, all the messages in the caution summary disappear. And then we will get rid of these messages as well. So these will be completely empty by the time we start. Excuse me. If we look over here, excuse me 1 minute. Okay, if we look over here, once they're both past 56, we can now move the little levers down to flight, and you'll hear the engines spinning up. And then when they settle, which I think they have, we're then going to switch on the generator. So we switch on generator 1, generator 2. We no longer need the APU generator, so that can come off. And we no longer need the APU running, so we can move that back up to off. I forgot to put those on. Never mind. As I said, most of these things don't do anything. We can switch the crossfeed off. And if we look, we've still got 3 little messages. So EGI, or the Embedded GPS Inertial Navigation System, which has 2, looks like it's got 2 devices for that, EGI 1 and EGI 2, or should I say 2 EGIs. Look down on this left hand screen and select power, and you'll see EGI 1, EGI 2. Now just be aware it's 2 clicks to switch these on, so click this one once and again, and the same for EGI 2, click it on once and again. We're going to put the radar warning receiver on, and you'll hear bitching Betty in the background. If we look down here, we've got a big knob next to the cyclic trim, when I can get a bead on it. So here's the cyclic trimmer. You can run it completely manual if you want to, but it's not something you want to do as the pilot. You probably need a co-pilot in to start fiddling with it. Okay, leave it on auto and move this system select to both. If you do that, this flies in a completely different way. Okay, I'll try and highlight it when I'm flying. If we look down here, we're going to move the countermeasures up to arm, and we're also going to go into bypass mode so that we can basically drop chaff and flares when we want. If we look at the screens, they're probably called something else. One of the many multitude of different names screens have. We're going to select this one here, this one, and we're going to switch on overlay and switch on flight plan. And this is showing us our first waypoints. Now, I'm not going to create a flight plan. I know you can. I don't know how to, but as so many other bits on this aren't finished, I know where I'm going. I'm just going to have to get up, take off my fleece. That's because I'm too tight, and even though it's cold, great, something dropped off. Even though it's a little bit chilly, I haven't got the heating on. I'll just wait for the computer to warm up a little bit. Right, okay, so what else haven't I got on? I haven't got this on. So if you're wondering what my FPS is like, what's happening to my graphics card, etc., that's all displayed over there. Right, has anyone got any questions? Is there anything I've missed? So what I'm going to do now... Hey, thanks, Sham. That is so damn loud. I did fix that once. And I even went into the software and changed all the volumes, and it still does it so damn loud. Right, so I'm going to gently increase the collective. He says, if anyone saw my eyes then, they're looking over there as I pull that little bit of what it is I'm supposed to do from my memory. And this thing would just very gently lift up. And I mean really gently. Now the brakes are on still. In fact, have you noticed how it says the EGI is still on? That's interesting. I don't know why it's doing that. But anyway, let's move over here. Let's slow down a little bit as well. And just back off with the cyclic So I've got a little bit more control over it. Don't want to go too high. Now this is a little bit, at the moment it's very, very, I would say, floaty. But that gives you a false sense of security. It's actually like flying a double-decker bus. And when you start adding weight to it, you just have to be so careful. And I think I might have come to the wrong side here. Might not be able to get what I want, but we'll see. So I think Stu wanted CRAM. So I'm going to use the scripting, go into other, and go to Logistics Hub, go to SAM, AAA, and load the Phalanx. The reason why we're loading the Phalanx is because it seems to be the most effective against the enemy helicopters. Some of the other things you can use basically just get wiped out before they get a chance to shoot. So you can see that's £3,900. For those people who don't understand pounds, 2.2 pounds equals 1 kilogram. So you can do the maths from there. That's maths with an S, not maths with no S. Okay. So if we do it again and we go to SAM and we load another Phalanx. I watched a weird film last night called Substance. I don't know if anyone's seen it. It's the one with Demi Moore in it. And oh my god, it was a little bit weird. Anyway. If we go again, and go to other functions. Oh, not other functions. Why have I gone to other functions? Let's go to AA. So, sorry if I'm grinning a lot, because I just laugh at my own idiocy. Now let me do a quick F10. This is where I am at the moment. And this is the main base over here. There's an airfield somewhere not too far away. Usually we set up around this area. So in the absence of any marks at the moment, I'll take one of these and drive out. Let me look at those cautions. Yeah, look, see? So this is on and this says it's available. Not quite sure what it's going on about, to be honest. It usually goes off and that's it. But as I said, this thing isn't working fully yet, or it hasn't been finished. That will probably be in another 4 to 5 years, I'm guessing, at the usual rate of change. So what I'm going to do is just take off now. Now this is even heavier, and you have to be really careful about when you start coming down. Imagine you're in a Huey and you're trying to sling an 1,100 pound cargo load. You'll find that as you start to come down, it will drag you down into the floor. So I'm going to try and drop these out, give them a little bit of a spread. That's the theory, but there's always a chance that I might be shot by the time I get there. Right, so I reckon if I go this way, we should come over to the little lake. There's a couple of little lakes here, so you have to be careful. There's also Mi-28s around already. So I'm thinking, do I pop one a little bit more to this side before I push the other one a little bit further to see if I can give myself some cover? Just make sure my chaff and flare's working. And as I'm going along, let's have a look, see if I can do what I'm trying to do. Not at the moment, but I'll try. There we go. Right, so because that trimmer's on, right, I'm now completely hands-free. Okay, I haven't had to press any buttons, it just kicks in. Now I think it kicks in over a certain speed, and I think I might be just on the edge of that speed by the feel of it. But if I go a little bit faster, that trimmer kicks in, and not only does it kick in for going in a straight line, it kicks in for when you're doing turns as well. But the whole control of the helicopter just feels so much better. If anyone spots something coming up, you'll have to shout it out, because sometimes I don't see it. Like there it is, or behind you. Sorry about turning at the moment. Just realised that I might have had myself muted. Which is probably better for some people. So I'm going to go and pop one just over here. Just round by that hill. And just see if that gives me a little bit more cover, and then the next one I'll go forward, and then that gives me a little bit of cover going to the left, and then to the left again eventually. I'm starting to slow down already. So if you notice my cyclic, the amount of movement in this to get it to slow down is minimal. Can't see myself there. Morning.
Morning, Stan.
You alright, matey?
Charlie, Mel. Yeah, all good. Super fast, fibre all banded up.
Oh, you had it. Oh, yeah, you've had it. Did you have it installed this week?
Yeah, Wednesday.
And
Yes, nice.
which one did you go for? Was it 500 and 100 up or something?
Yeah, 500 and 100 up.
Yeah, I bet it makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Who was it with?
Oh, BE.
Ah, right. Yeah, Kev's had his done this week as well.
Oh, nice.
He was with EE, had a day off work, waited in, they never turned up, and they couldn't give a reason why they didn't turn up, so he cancelled them. Which I don't blame him, to be honest.
They turned up. They gave me, I get my phone with them for nothing now.
Well, he had EE for years on his mobile, but their answer to why they didn't turn up just was nothing. They had no reason, no answer, no nothing. Never told him, and you wasted a day from work.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Very. It's like when you get Amazon coming, you know, they'll be here up until 10 o'clock at night. Well, what are you supposed to do then? Whereas your DPDs will say, right, we'll be here between this time and that time, and you can work with it.
Yeah.
So there's the little lake we usually use, but as I said, I want to put one over here that should, in theory, cover me when I'm over that lake. Now I've got to be careful. This hill's a little bit interesting, so I'm going to just turn around a little bit. I want to sort of try and be on the top so it's got maximum coverage. But I also need to be careful because you can see the ground's uneven. What I don't want to do is fall over backwards. So I've just set the cyclic forward. I'm going to relax it now and hope it doesn't topple. Nah, it should be alright. Okay, so we'll hit the wrong F10, if hit F10, or hash should I say, go to other, go to logistics and unload one of the cargoes. Now, this is a similar setup we've been using for the past few weeks. And I was just saying earlier, it's going to be so much nicer when we've got the ability to save. Now, hopefully, whilst this is just behind the hill, I should have probably turned around the other way around and dropped out my backside on the hill, but it'll do the job. It should just about get a view over the hill, although it is going to be obscured a little bit. But
Charlie.
we'll try and work with it. So I'm going to unpack the crate.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Cool. Yeah.
Can you see what I mean?
Not
Look,
too bad, mate, not too bad.
it covers the hill over there,
Not at the moment, but-
but it's gonna have quite a short range over here.
Well, I
It's-
did go and try and do the SA6s, and then all of a sudden, I got shot down by a plane or something. I came back, loaded up with missiles and everything else. No one in sight.
Yeah, the plane came over once you started moving, basically. There was an Mi-28 and a plane, and the plane just come and took you out.
Yeah.
Do you remember the SA3 radar site just north of the base from last week that you took out for us?
Yeah, I'm going to try and drop this other one and hope the other one gives me a little bit of cover, but I've dropped it a bit far back off the hill.
Well, George didn't see it.
Yeah, well, you know what George is like.
George has got his helmet on backwards.
Definitely, yeah. He's too busy reading the paper or watching YouTube on his phone.
I think he watches what's it called? TikTok.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah,
He's taking selfies of himself in the cockpit.
yeah, with his hat on backwards
Yeah.
and his beard sticking out from underneath.
Vic Van Driel said, "What's up now?"
Hey, hello, Vic.
He's showing them his lucky kitty tattoo.
Yeah, I'm being shot at the moment. Oh, by a plane. Interesting. If I can get this thing down, I wonder if I can take that plane. Probably not, but we'll see.
Went to your left somewhere.
Yeah, I got a plane just shooting me coming in from above. Well, that's where they're usually coming from. Oops, oops. Think I've just landed in the tree there with my backside. Come on, you stupid helicopter. Well, stupid pilot. Taking far too long over this. But trust me, with the weight on it, it's not something you can throw around as much as you can with some of the other things. So what I'm going to do is turn round, as long as I don't... Yeah, I've been shot down. See if I can unload still. Should be able to. See what happens. I'll dump both of them here.
Well, if the helicopter won't fly, you've got no choice, have you?
Yeah, but I'd rather have them out than leave one in. Come on, come on, come on.
There is an option to like pack things back up again if you do have to. If you can get them out, I don't know how that works. I'll try that later.
Right, now let's see what happens. He should kick in, but you know what will happen with his height? He's probably going to turn round and
We can take out
shoot
that
me.
SAM 300 radar system just north of the base. If it is there, we get some extra command points because it's one of the objectives.
But we are.
Right,
We got any idea whereabouts it is?
what I'm going to try and do, because it's the sort of thing I do,
Is it, yeah?
is I'll fly this back when I've unloaded this.
Scrolling on the map.
I do apologise, I can't pause the
So you
shake.
Control F11, and you actually see on the map where your cursor is. Plus, you've got combined arms now, so you can look through the eyes of those two men standing in the north end of the airfield.
Come on, where's the... Right, excellent, there it is. So you can see the helicopter's a little bit...
Get in any of the units as well, apart from the C-Ram, you can't get in them, but you can get in.
Hey, thank you, Coops. Is that you, Coops? Coops? So you can see that the helicopter's a little bit jiggly. Okay, I'm going to try and fly it back anyway. But hopefully my little C-Rams are having a go. Yeah, the C-Rams, yeah, kicked shit out of something.
Nice.
Mi-28's gone, yeah.
Burton said, "Good morning, and unfortunately
All right, no worries, Coops. Welcome to the channel. So I do apologise about this. This is going to kill your eyes. It's killing mine already, and I haven't even started moving.
Yeah, it's giving that build. I'll put a marker on it.
Now what I'm going to do is turn to the left and see, yeah, he's doing it again. So this guy here, as you can see, when it gets a little bit like this, you just need to press a button and a couple of twin decks appear under his hands. Do you know what I mean? Because he just looks like he's doing some sort of ravey DJ shit. Anyway, I'm going to try and get it back. Try and land and get the helicopter back. But I don't know whether I'll get that far. So you're just going to have to bear with. It makes it interesting. But it does kill the screen, as you can see.
So yeah, put your cursor anywhere on the map.
So I don't know what the best way to look at this is, but it's not pleasant. And I'm sure if I was in VR, there's no way I'd even attempt this. But hey, it's a challenge, isn't it?
Scroll wheel forward, zooms out, put it back, zooms in.
Anyone else? It's one of these, like,
In the map, but I can't zoom in or out,
if you look at the centre of it, you know, it's
which is weird.
one of these hypnotic things, isn't it, I guess?
Yeah.
Anyone feeling sick yet? Because it is a bit...
Yeah, so I'm up there.
So what we need
When
to
you're up above the clouds, the
do
scroll
is
so
go...
incremental, you won't notice it. You have to zoom in on the map before you...
IFR, yeah.
Control F11.
Look, unfortunately, everything is going into this wobble. So that tells me that one of my one of my rotors is a little bit shorter, possibly on one of the blades. Oh man. Sorry.
You can actually mark that, Caroline.
For those of you that are feeling a little bit queasy, now's a good time to go and make a cup of tea or coffee. Anyhow, welcome to the channel, Coops. If you want to ask any questions, please jump in. You're not interrupting anything. If you're new to DCS, let me know if you want any advice or my opinion, and other people will chip in if needed. If you got any problems with anything, you can even ask questions about Star Citizen or anything you like, really.
Then you double click on a map, that puts an orange circle, and you can click on that circle again to bring up a text box to write some text in. Give that a try and see if it works.
This is a bit rough, to be fair. And I think I'm not too far from where I need to be, yeah. I like it. How's the guy doing? Yeah, mixing it on. So there should be some blue smoke. Can you see it over there just about? Anybody not spot the blue smoke? Certainly giving my screens a bit of a workout. I wonder if it looks better from outside. Yeah, there you go. That's easier, isn't it? Well, easier for you guys. It's not there yet. It's too simplistic, but it is absolutely brilliant for doing, you know, the job of moving cargo, you know, by far. I think, excuse me, I've got a cough. Excuse me, one minute. I do apologise. For those that are new to the channel, I have a persistent cough. It's a pain in the ass. And it's very much temperature related. If it gets too warm, it makes me cough. If it goes suddenly cold, it makes me cough. If it's too stuffy, it makes me cough. And if I cough, it makes me cough more. So I have to mute the mic when I can. I think when it's complete, it's going to be a really good helicopter. But its role is very specific. It was, you know, I bought it on pre-release. I flew it once, and it flew horrible. And I only started flying it again a few weeks because they've put that cyclic trim in, and it's changed the whole flight characteristic, to be honest. When it first come out, it was just like, you know, one great big wallowy thing, and the control input was very much opposite to what the helicopter was doing at the time. Now, admittedly, if you've ever flown anything in real life, if you've ever flown anything in real life, you find there is a delay. Yeah, I've got my DJ on, look. There is a delay in real life with things, and you have to be really, really careful. And, oh, for God's sake, these smart TVs. I've said something, right? And now it's popped up, and now it's listening to everything I say. Let's try and get rid of that. Sorry, I had to do that. You probably don't notice it in Twitch, but I'm sure the people watching on YouTube would. So I only need to be over there, and it's not going to take off. I nearly got it back. Oh. That's an interesting one too. In fact, I'm not sure what's happening to the blades there. Bearing in mind that the blades overlap, right? And that tree's in between the blades. I'm not sure why it doesn't completely wreck me, but never mind. We'll just jump into another one and get everybody's eyes sorted. So let's jump down to this one and then jump back to that one. It would be. It would be quite good, but unfortunately it's more likely that the helicopter's just going to shatter into tiny pieces and you know, be as unrealistic as it can. Right, I've gone through the startup for this. It is on the beginning of the stream, so if you are interested in seeing the startup, basically you can watch it on there, or if you're watching now and you want me to go through it again, please say. It's alright, I don't know why I'm getting screen stop. I think once they haven't got focus, the update doesn't basically update. Right, okay. Nobody wants it, I take it. Have you managed to buy it yet, Jax? So, I'll put the battery on. Try and remember to put the APU Jenny on this time. Oh man, probably have to open the window. Ah, right, okay. So, just waiting for the APU light to light up, and it doesn't seem like it's going to light up, does it? No idea why. And I've had that a couple of times where it just doesn't light up. If we look down here, yep, nothing, absolutely nothing. So let me switch this off and then do it again. So click on there and leave that on there for about 5 seconds. Hey, hello Thanatos. Hold it down for 2 seconds and then let go. And now we can hear it, which is exactly what I did before. I just heard the little start. So you should see that pop on. There you go. So that was exactly the same. So I don't think that was me, to be honest. We'll put the APU generator on. And we should see the screens. We've also got all of these messages. Okay, as I said before, these will just disappear. So I need to switch a few things on. Crossfeed, fuel, backup power, power transfer, roll this down. Some of these switches, I've seen them in different things. I don't think they all do stuff just yet, and that is in the right place. So I'll just hold that, check. We've got 12 over there on the right hand side, and then let go and wait for engine number 1 to get going. Really doesn't take too long. It's a very easy startup. As I said, most of the systems aren't in place yet. It's like the Huey. The Huey took ages and ages, and bearing in mind it was supposed to be multi-crew from the off. That followed like years and years later. And you know what it's like with anything to do with new modules. Sell the module, drop it in, and then spend 3 or 4 years fixing it and making it where it should be. So I expect this to be the same. Okay, so we're going to do the same now for the second engine. Pop that on, pop that on. Again, as I said, I've gone through the whole detail at the beginning of the stream. So I'm not going to repeat it. It'll be really boring for people. More boring than what it is at the moment. There you go. So it's starting up now.
Actually, if I'm on my 2.6.
Okay. Now we're going to wind these knobs up. Put the Jennies on. Switch your APU Jenny off, APU off. Go down to the little screen to my left knee. Power. Eggy on. Eggy 2 on. IWR. Turn the knob to both. Switch this to ARM. Switch that to bypass. I'm ignoring those lights. They just flash. I'm getting a bit coffee today. I think it starts off cold and then gets warmer and warmer, which is not good for me. But hey, what we're also gonna do is, if you want to jump in and fly with us, you're more than welcome. Preferably with communications, if that's at all possible. Right, let's have a little look at the map. So I placed a couple of CRAMs. There's one, and there's a couple. You can see they've already been hit, but that gives me a little bit more range. So if I put another one over here somewhere and then something down here, it gives us a path and some sort of crossfire as well. Right, so let's take off. Again, as I said, very gently increase the collective. Let's move back just a little bit so you can see what's going on with my stick. Excuse me 1 minute. Having a cough, I really have to clear my throat, right?
Sounds like game sound is getting gated with your mic, mate. When you're quiet, the game sound goes away.
1. Oh yeah, but oh, hang on a minute. When I'm talking, it should get rid of it. It looks like the whole game sound has gone. That's interesting. That was working before. Let me just have a quick look.
Right.
It's not being gated as such. It just seems to have stopped. I'm just checking. Oh, I think I might know what's happened. If I come over to this window here, that's the game. That's the game. Okay, it's on there. It's on there. It works on YouTube. It also works on the mixer that I can see. So the only thing it can be is OBS. So why has OBS decided to go and do that? Right, I think I might know. Has that happened from the beginning? Has anyone noticed that you've got no helicopter sounds at all? I think I might know what's happened. Monitoring output active. Right, okay.
Dan is Gaming said, not sure when you're muting your mic, the game sound also muted.
Right, okay. I think I might know what it is. Audio. Right, there we go. That's what it is. He says. No. Right, this just before I started there was a couple of things I updated. So what I'm going to have to do is stop and start OBS. So that's obviously going to stop the stream everywhere. So just give me a second or two, because it wouldn't surprise me if that's what it is. So I'll be back in just a couple of seconds. Interesting that that's appeared, isn't it? And it's made no difference at all to the audio on there. Ah, wait 1 minute, I think I know what it might be. This is the trouble when you have one of these sort of setups where you've got 1,000,001 bloody things running to make it all work. I think I know the one thing that it's going to be. Audio, live, right, okay. It'll be here in a minute. Right, has that fixed it?
Right.
Can't believe that I've been going without any game sound all this time. Should be good now. Right. Okay. Better?
That's what's make difference to it.
Also, I need to turn...
Jackson said, yes, it fixed it.
Yeah. So, you know the way there's a tendency, right, where you get everything ready and you check everything and it all works. About half hour before stream's always a good idea. So I've got stuff monitoring, and there's a whole monitor over there dedicated to monitoring what YouTube gets. So I know it works on there. But that works in a different way to what you... Oh, keep it in my mic. Works in a different way. He says, I'm pointing at screens here. Into what Twitch gets. And what happened when I fired up a little bit of software is it wanted an update. So I let it update, had a quick flick round, all looked fine, and of course it changed the devices on from a mixer. I use Elgato Wave. I've got the Elgato Wave XLR, which I don't use. I just have the box, and that allows me to use the software. So I use the software, but I don't use the Wave XLR. And it basically, when it updated, disconnected the devices. So as a consequence, OBS picks up for the game audio on a device called Wavelink Stream, whereas the audio bypasses the wavelength and goes direct. Yeah. As I said, it's not the simplest and easiest way of doing everything, but what it allows me to do is have a level of balance over all of the audio and a balance as well into YouTube. But YouTube has a different driver set and audio feed. So as I said, it's quite interesting. But yeah, I hadn't even noticed. But thanks for pointing it out. Something else I should check. I also updated OBS as well. Golden rule, never change more than one thing at a time. Right, okay. So I need to take more C-RAMs out anyway. And I'm afraid the process will be repeated until we've got some sort of level of cover, and we'll probably need a little bit more as well. And then I'll jump in some helicopter.
Try not to repeat the hitting trees bit, please.
Yeah, boss. The hitting trees was after the event. I did actually get shot.
Oh yes, thank you. Try not to repeat that bit either.
Okay, the hitting, no, sorry, the getting shot and then hitting the trees bit, you mean?
Yeah, if you remember them two things, that would be really
Yeah, okay, I've written them down on my list.
nice. Thank you. Could you put them into the whatever we're using as the business organiser?
Yeah, certainly. I've been watching a lot of pilot debrief on YouTube lately. And it's quite interesting, some of the things that go wrong, but I'll definitely take note.
Cool.
Now, I have got the audio from there. You can only hear the bleed over, so if it sounds like I'm talking to myself sometimes, I probably am actually, most of the time. I can put them through, but I'll have to turn them down a little bit more if you want to listen to them. I don't think they're coming through the stream. I get some people say they want to hear what they're saying, and some people saying, you know, it gets in the way. But, you know, if anybody wants either way, let me know. Right, okay, so let's fly this out. The last lot are obviously put there, so let's have a look. We don't want to go too far away, although otherwise it makes the crossfire ineffective. So let's have a little look down here. 1 kilometre, that's too far. Give it about 500-ish or so. Oops. Possibly about here. And then what we also need is to put some trucks, repair trucks and that over there. Okay. Right, we've got everything loaded. Let's just get moving. Possibly heading in the right direction already, maybe a little south. So there's the mast, as you can see. I'll use as a point of reference.
7 o'clock. Searching.
Yeah, I need to go to the left of the mast, I think, to pop these. So I'll just check my notes, avoid the trees, so I'll try and avoid those. And also try not to get shot by helicopters. I'm just slowing down just a little bit. Picking the nose up. As I said before, I should be able to let go of everything shortly. If I'm going fast enough, it kicks in, but if I'm not going fast enough, it won't work.
The good news is the enemy helicopters are still on the ground at their base, but that doesn't mean that they won't drink their tea quickly and come out and get you.
Do they drink tea? Isn't it like black coffee or vodka?
They drink black tea, and what they do is they hold the sugar lump on their tongues and suck the tea through it.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not a culture that I've investigated.
1 o'clock. Searching. HQ7. 1 o'clock. Searching.
If anybody wants to join in, I mean, there's how many people watching?
Oh yeah,
There's a few.
enemy pilot near the C-ram that you first put out. No, it's not near the C-ram you first put out, but there's an enemy pilot if you want to do a CSAR on him on your way back.
Is he? Yeah, but they shoot me and then they damage me before I can pick them up.
Yeah, I found a way around that. You've got to approach them quicker. Because when you get within a certain distance, they stop shooting.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Once you're within the 300 metre thing, they stop shooting. Or at least it did last week. I'm not saying that's not a glitch.
Do they have a time as well that they'll turn into a crate after?
Yeah, they do.
I was going to say, because I could grab a Huey and try and pick him up. It's a lot easier to throw around.
I might have a bash at picking him up actually.
Yeah, see if you can. Just remember the trees and getting shot.
I'll try not to hit the trees.
No doubt.
I know how they move around. I know that one sneaked up behind you.
Yeah, unfortunately, as I said, it was due to the guy on the left here doing his music too loud. I couldn't quite hear feedback from the audio from the trees, so I wasn't aware of how close I was, and it was very distracting watching him get it on.
Yeah, he does that all the time. It's like, I thought he got headphones free with that phone he bought.
It's really weird, you know. He just sits there. As soon as there's any danger, right, or any damage to the helicopter, he just puts his music on, and that's that. What can I do?
Yeah.
If anyone's just joined the channel, don't worry.
Check to see.
We're just passing the time while I get to where I need to get to. And it was with reference. If you look back on the stream, you'll see that the guy on the left does indeed sort of get his turntables out and lets rip at any sign of damage to the helicopter. It's like the root of the bone structure for the model is given a good shake, and as a consequence, all the bone modelling kicks in, and as they're all interconnected, it sort of ripples up the bone structure. Hey, good morning, Hayden. Someone's coming over by the looks of it for a sonic boom. So I want to try and drop it fairly close to the marker over there, which is the other side of these trees. Looks like I've picked a really good place to drop it. But it should hopefully give some sort of cover from the other phalanx, which are over on the hill on the right. You have to be really careful. You can go really quick with these, faster than the Apaches. You can move quite quick, but you've just got to be really careful, as I said earlier, coming down, especially with a lot of weight on. You don't quite get the feeling of weight when you're flying it, but when you start coming down, you suddenly find you just lose it. Got no pup today by the looks of it.
No, he's absent, isn't he?
AWOL, I think the word is.
Absent without leave.
Yeah, I'll ask him if he's got a note from his mum.
Yeah.
Right, so we're not too far away. I think we've got to go a little bit further over.
Really glum about it.
Oh, I know. I can see the little upturned faces. Going, what are we going to do today? I think they've called off Squirrel Fest 2025 because of it. Yeah, Pup is, he does like his squirrels. For the benefit of those that are just joined, the squirrels live in the tops of the trees. And whenever you fly a helicopter, they stand in the tops of the trees, trying to grab you as you go past. So I'm going to drop this one on this sort of crossroads here.
We had a beaver as a special guest this year as well.
Oh yeah. What was that round at your place?
No, apparently it was one of those desert beavers.
Oh, a desert beaver. Yeah, such things exist, don't they?
Hold
Yeah, but it was fun last week, wasn't it?
Oh, the fire igloos. You got igloo squirrels. They're quite rare. Right, let me just slowly lower this down under some semblance of control, and that actually was relatively smooth. So we'll now just drop this out. Go to logistics hub and unload cargo. Cargo will always be spat out at the back. So it's going to be in this little corner here at the crossroads. It's quite nice and flat, so it should get a view, whereas the others are on the hills, just over here. And then we'll unpack. And now we've got another igloo. That's stingy by the looks of it. So we got one there, we got there, and we got over there as well. And this is sort of where the pilot is, I think. I'm not sure if this is Stew's circle or mine. That's mine. I'll get rid of that one. And I'm going to put another one probably over here by this greenery. So at least we've got some sort of arc over here. Well, that's always the logic anyway. So if I put it over here and then just fly forward a little bit, how far is that? Oh, that's a mile away. That's far too far, isn't it? No, 1.5K. Yeah, let's put it down here. Let's stick to what we know. Get rid of that one. And I've got to click on it first before I can drop it. So we should be able to follow this road. Right, it's not too far off. Let's move back a little bit. It does lift off really, really nicely. If it's got the wheels, the brakes off, it would roll, which isn't quite so clean. Now there's pylons running across there. Can't see which is the pylons there, but I'm not that far away. The interesting thing I've noticed as well, stinging, is when you, if you go into a hard turn to slow this thing down, it climbs, and it climbs quite fast, quite hard. There's Stingy, look. So it's over to the left. It's this side of the pylons. It's along this road. So I'm going to slow down. I'm just lifting the nose up, dropping the collective at the same time. Just being careful not to overcook it and not to stop. Otherwise I will get into a VRS and this thing will just drop. I think I'm fairly close. Let's have a look. Yeah. So we'll go down here on this road. I don't want to necessarily drop it on the main road because we may drive trucks or vehicles, tanks and things, and it's a lot easier to follow the main road even though it's only a dirt track. So I'm going for this V on this little track here. And then what I'll do is bring some supply and repair trucks out, and we'll see how we go from there.
Rifle.
We haven't got many people flying with us today. There's like 4 of us trying to do this. So if you want to join in, you're more than welcome. Password for the server is bvar12345. Okay, so we've got that one out as well. So we can see we've got a bit of a path. It might, to be honest, it might be worth putting one there. So on this little hill next to these trees. And then that will sort of give us, as I said, a good sort of cover, hopefully with some level of crossover as well. Or crossfire, should I say. So I'll try and put it there. That should be above these trees here, right on the edge. Right, I want to head that way. I don't think it's on that hill. It's probably more on the smaller slope. I should be heading in the right direction. As I'm starting to lift, I'm also dropping the nose by dropping the collective a little bit, sticking the nose down with the cyclic. So turning that into speed. Yeah, that's about the right direction. So it looks like it's only a slight slope, which is probably this one over here where we can see the grass growing up. Grass? The trees, the forest, it's not grass. Note the way I say grass, which is the proper way of saying grass in the UK. Not like the southerners say, where they put an extra R in it, which is grass. That is completely wrong. I'm also headed slightly the wrong way.
What?
You heard. You know who you are. I know. That's why I said it. It's also garage, not garage. And it's water with a T. There we go. See? Learn along in English with me. I feel sorry for these poor foreigners.
I thought it was water.
Nah. Some of them are water.
Stinging? Sorry.
You can take that circle off the map where I am now. I've got that.
How are the tanks?
A little bit high.
Not getting shot at here.
Yeah, there's a ZSU not too far away from you on your 9 and 10 o'clock.
Cornish accent, oh dear. Bristol accent's interesting.
Yeah, he's 1 mile away from you. He's now on your 6.
Cornwall, which is where, when he refers to Cornish, is southwest of the UK, and they did have their completely own sort of dialect / language down there at one point many years ago. I think it's dying out a little bit now, isn't
They
it?
still do.
Yeah, accent, but it was more languagey, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it was completely different. I mean, it's like Yam Yams, Black Country. They use different words for things, and it takes a bit of trying to work out. As I was saying the other week,
7 o'clock sting.
and it's like they don't say father or mother, they go father, mother, and wammel for a dog, cut for a canal.
No.
Hey, Snake, you alright, matey?
Adds 1 second. Old World Glenn said, the Gaelic Cornish is dying.
Excuse me.
ZSU 23, so you can take it out.
Oh man,
You got him. Well done.
Right, let's-
Good show.
let's pop this.
Who said, okay, hi, I'm allowed want to thank you lots and lots.
I said it was your birthday. I was laughing.
Said, I learnt one phrase in Cornish law.
Oh, thanks, Snake.
Thanks for the DL1 subscription.
It's not necessary, mate, but it was just the conversation. I thought, oh,
I said, thank you for
and there's a
the
sale on.
Snakehead man.
But yeah, it made me smile. You need to do some work on it. I saw you later in it, and there's some stuff you need to do really to get a good feel of it. But it's one of those things you've got to try and push, and then once you can get that really nailed, you'll be fine with the others. Oh yeah, it's really what you want to do.
Door guns are super accurate.
They are very good, but try and use your trimmer. Get into as perfect hover as you can. Fly as tight as you can in between trees, tree trunks and everything. And if you can, right, put some cargo really tight behind a building, top of the roof on the eaves, you know what I mean, right on there, and fly up a mountain, low level. See how you get on. You know, set yourself some sort of things to try and do, and that's what will pick you up. And if you can knock something together with picking some troops up and dropping them off further somewhere else in a really tight space, you'll find it will really hone your skills in it, matey. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I am unloading a crate.
I'm still trying to get the hang of landing it well.
Oh yeah, it's the thing is, once you get it, then when you move into other helicopters, it really does give you a big boost. You know, the Apache used to drop out the sky like I don't know what. The Shark does, but if you can nail the Huey, because it's all you flying rather than systems, it will really help you a lot. Anyway, you all good? Let's unpack this crate. I like the way he rolls down and then decides to put the brake on. Right, so we got phalanx there. There's one back. I think I've also got one left. So I'm just going to push it a little bit further forward. Where are we here? Let's have a look at the range first. As I said, I don't want to go too far. 600 meters, that will probably do. So it's somewhere out here.
I'm doing great. I'm addicted to rotary aircraft.
Yeah.
Got the hand and Apache now, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, just beware. I would try the trial of the Shark, right? Because it flies in a different way, and get used to the trimmer. Get to understand the trimmer on the Huey first, and then get to understand the trimmer. I'm going the wrong way here. Get to understand the trimmer on the Shark, and then when you jump into the Apache, you'll find it a lot more intuitive. It is a combination, the way the trimmer works on there. It works like the Shark, but then you've got other things that kick in as well. And it's quite easy to get overwhelmed in it.
Yeah, I trim. Especially when I don't have pedals. Twist stick gives me a wrist workout.
It does. One thing you might want to consider is if you look at your desk, you've got your keyboard, right, which is accessible. Have you got your joystick to the right, or is it on some sort of desk mount or something like that? Where's your joystick compared to your keyboard? Wow, I'm way off here, aren't I?
My joystick is in the centre, behind my keyboard.
In the centre, right, okay. So what you've got to be careful of, right, when you're flying, say, the Huey, is it works in the centre, but because it's on a desk, right, you find... Oh, is it on? Yeah, if it's behind you, you're leaning forward, right? And you're leaning forward and your arm's bent left, if that makes sense. So if you even just putting your hand up, but without putting it on your joystick, if you start turning your wrist left and right, you'll find it might make it ache a bit, and it might also mean that you pull a little bit on the stick. And whilst it might be fine for planes where you're not necessarily relying on the twist, you might find that you're putting a bit of twist in when you're trying to move the joystick around. So I would try it by moving your keyboard back and just put it level with your arms when you bend at the elbow. And that way you'll find you can put more twist on the twist grip without having that sort of discomfort on your wrist, and also without having to, put a bit of pressure on the twist when you're moving your arm for flying. Does that make sense? Give it a try anyway. I know it's going to be a different position. I've just lost the helicopter. Bollocks. It is that quick with this. As soon as you feel it going, it just is so heavy that it just plops. Do you know what I mean? So if you bend your arms, your elbow, put your joystick there, make sure your table's at the right height, that your arm is completely straight. And when you move your wrist and rotate it, like I'm doing now actually, rotate your wrist, from there you'll find your arm doesn't move much, but when you start putting angles on your arm, you'll have a different feeling around your wrist. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that thing is so heavy. Is that Stu there? Let me have a look. Yeah. Are you just on the way out, Stu, to get the guy? Alright. What I'll do then in that case is not hit that button at all. Yeah, that's fine, no worries. Unfortunately, there was something you never suggested to me.
Go on.
And that was, don't let the natural forces of vortex ring states cause problems for the helicopter.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot that. I'll bet write that at the top of my list.
Yeah, I'll add that in with the trees and the enemy. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just jump out and drop some trucks off for the helicopter, for the C-rams. Yeah, let me do the C-rams first, the trucks. I'll get it started and then I'll make a tea. Right, okay, again, I won't go through the startup. If somebody wants the startup, ask now and I'll go through it. It's a quick startup anyway.
Is it time to get the bacon sandwiches on, anyone?
Sting? Okay, so we're going to push this down. Take 5 seconds.
But he's not here.
Then down for 2 seconds. Then let go. Yep, there it is starting. So you'll see the APU ready light come on by the time I've finished saying the APU ready light is going to come on. And there it is. And then we're going to switch the APU generator down. Let's pop up, put the crossfeed on. Some of this is for my benefit as well. Aft and forward, fuel, backup power, move the grey, slidey doodad. You're welcome, matey. No worries, matey. Yeah, try him. Alright, Snake, no worries at all, matey. Hold left engine on and wait for 12%. Hey, hello, Jobber, indeed. Yep, this is me. Without mentioning where I work, we had an annual rise this year. It's the lowest rise I have ever seen in my working life. You would not believe it. It's funny. All good, to be honest. Just waiting for my heli to start up. Yeah, not bad at all. Little hiccup a bit earlier on with the audio, but other than that, everything's working fine. I'm going to get this started. I actually need to nip to the loo. Oh, excellent. Excellent, that's really good. Has that come recently, or did it come some time ago and you've just been playing with it, drooling over every game that you play that you couldn't play properly before? Okay, so once this is up to speed, which it is, we'll do the same for the second engine. So that is aft fuel, forward fuel. Roll the little lever down to ground. Up down here.
Old World
Oh.
Gun said, proper job. Jobber underscore 84 said,
3 weeks ago.
just had
Yeah.
time to install stuff.
I know what you mean. When I get something new like that, I'm pretty anal. I've been working in computers for the last 42 years, and I document what I've got and where I've got it, what I need to move, grab everything that I can that I need, like all the control profiles for DCS, various parameters for this game, that game, and then connect my new one up to my old one and move stuff over without pulling all the rubbish over, and then archive the rest onto a NAS box, and then test it out. When it all works, then I reinstall the software on the old one and give it away to somebody. That always works quite well. Okay, so we powered up on both sides now. Put the Jennies on. We're going to take the APU Jenny off, take the APU off, take the fuel crossover off, roll. Oh, I should have rolled these down first, but never mind. Yeah, I should have done. See what I've done? Ah, man. That's not good, is it? Let's see if we can backpedal, shall we? Let's get the APU working again. Let's take that off, take that off.
I think we might have left that pilot too long.
I wonder if...
It's not showing up on the CSAR list.
Ah, right. I wonder if... Is this going to come on without... No, needs the APU on. Even though the engine's running, I didn't put the Jennies on beforehand. I didn't put the engine up full. So that's my fault, and I just hit the wrong button there. So I'm making a right mess of this. Has he just appeared again?
No, it's not on the actual when you ask for directions, but he is on the list.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the nearest direction.
So my APU's not running.
Way up by a Shabba.
I completely messed that up then. Let's try that again. Let's count a bit in my head this time. See if the APU starts up. Otherwise I can't get the APU gen on. I completely messed my startup up. There it is. So I should be able to put that back on. And the engines are both still running, I think. Yep. I don't think if this was working properly you'd be able to get away with what I've just done. I put these on now and then take this off and then that one off, and then we should still have everything there. There you go. So that was a bit of an interesting backtrack that I don't think should work in practice. But hey, it's a game. You got to remember that. Okay, rotate this knob round, move down a bit and put that one forward. Ignore the flashing lights, that one forward. Right, we're ready to go, but I do have to nip to the loo. I will put the kettle on as well, as I've been talking now for an hour and a half or so. Let me go and find Stu, who's off to pick up a down pilot. And when I come back, he should still be flying. Right, I'll be gone for a short while, so I'll be back in a minute. Let me take a cup and I'll be back. still flying. Excellent. That wasn't like a surprise. Quality of everything looking alright, by the way. Audio's good. Now, should be dropping off when I'm talking as well, so the audio for the helicopter doesn't overwhelm. Colour should be good. If you get a chance to look at the YouTube version, look for MELL DCS. It'll look good. Did you pick him up, Stu? Oh, excellent. And did he not shoot? Did he not shoot you?
No, I got him. I tried to approach like with the trees between me and him, and then just chased around the last bit.
Okay. And do we get points for it? Like 1 point is it when it comes back? Okay. Right.
I still haven't managed to recover any of the wrecks yet. I'm battling with the sling loading on the CH-47, the Chinook.
Yeah, it is a bit interesting, isn't it?
It's like a crazy game of conkers.
Yeah. I might give it a go just for shits and giggles. Unless Ralphie Dude's got that copyrighted.
I don't know about like could we do a tandem sling? You can just about get the crate up with a Huey, maybe 2 Hueys do a tandem sling.
How are you going to get close enough? Oh, I see what you're saying. I wouldn't even risk it, to be honest, because do you remember something that came out when you were younger called Knockers?
Yeah.
Right, so you got 2 balls and 2 pieces of string, and you move the centre point around. What happens to the balls?
They smack each other up at the bottom and the top of the centre point.
Right, so can you imagine if you've got a load which is fairly heavy, and you've got 2 Hueys on either side on the string? It's like the opposite, I would imagine. If that load starts to swing, what's it going to do to the Hueys?
It's going to pull them together.
Yeah.
It'd be good for getting more people watching the stream though.
No, I don't know.
You know what they're like. They'll have a bit of smash.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow there, by the way. If you got any questions, please jump in and ask. If I can't answer it, which obviously very often I can't.
They banned those canopies because they were so dangerous.
Yes, because they shattered. Feel free to ask, and somebody on the who are watching, some of the viewers can answer it. I haven't tried them yet. I haven't tried them at all. So.
I'll try making some with golf balls and washing line later.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that'll work. Aggressive. All right, yeah. The gunners. Right, so.
I could use hardened steel, stainless steel 20mm bolt nuts.
Yeah, that'll work. Cast iron nuts just to get that extra shard.
Oh yeah, cast up. Yeah, I'll give them to the local children.
Yeah, drop them off at the children's home. It's something I made, blast from the past.
Yeah.
Clackers.
You know that's going to be the next thing Doge is going to want to fund, don't you?
Yeah. To be honest, Barbie, they were only called clackers a little bit later on. When they were first out, they were called knockers. Oh, right, yeah. No, I haven't put them on because there's nothing for them to shoot other than the odd helicopter, but we've got C-Rams out there, phalanxes. So, yeah, I just haven't tried the guns yet. It's the same as the Huey, isn't it? Effectively. Let's put this other one on. And then we'll see if we can drop them off and get the stuff repaired. So if we look where we are now, we've got one there, which I'm not too worried about, but these 2 here need fixing. So I'll try and drop one of these trucks off. These hopefully have got some sort of crossover cover. And then once I've emptied these guys out, I'll try and see if I can sling load anything. Probably can't, but hey. Okay, so let's take off in this. Again, once you've got a lot of weight on it, you've got to be quite careful with the controls. Especially when you're coming into land. It is like a double-decker bus. And if you're not from the UK, that's a bit like a coach, but 2 decks. In fact, everybody should really know what a London red double-decker bus is. It's a bit iconic for the UK. A bit like post boxes. This should be the sort of heading where the first couple are, yep. That's not too bad. So I'll try and drop off just behind where the 2 anti-air things are and get it so the truck sort of is just behind them. If I leave the truck too far forward, it'll probably just get shot before anything else. If anyone's got any questions, please jump in. If you want to join in, you're more than welcome. And a little bit higher. It's because my stick was actually stuck forward. So when I released it then, obviously the nose picked up. Right, so we're heading in the right direction. This should be flying level. So the deck should be fairly level. And that's hands-free, by the way, so I've got no hands or anything on there. That means I can probably... Oh, I should have paused that first. Do apologise. Probably lean over and get my cup of tea. Can't fly without a cup of tea. And I really don't want it to go cold. Got some holidays coming up in April, which is good because it means Tea Lady will be here, so I won't have to make my own cups of tea. She'll do it for me. I'm going to start dropping some height and coming down a little bit. So it's somewhere over there somewhere, I think. I want to be looking. Yeah, he's one of them, but he's not damaged. The other 2 behind the pool and those trees are. So here's the one on the right hand side, look, as you can see. And the other 2 are, it looks like they're over there.
Sorry mate, I was talking about the bunk. No, that was a couple of
It might be a crate, that might be a downed helicopter or something.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell from here. It could just be a little bush over on the left hand side. Can't see them at the moment. It's off to the left. Oh, I forgot to put my head tracking back on. That may be them there. So again, I'm already starting to slow down.
Where it is, because I'm just getting shot all the time, like I can't get near it.
Charlie's really loud. It's funny because he goes from being really loud or really quiet. You know, 1 minute you can't hear him and then you
I'll
can.
get something, hang on.
Yeah, you've got those sand launchers that are there. There's one tank left there now.
So I
There's,
think that's on top of the hills there, look.
Su-23 anti-aircraft guns parked further up that road though. With, along with 3 T-80 tanks hiding in the olive groves. Same ones that shot us out of the sky when we was flying in the Huey with me a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but yeah, it's long range. We've done. I've got a pretty room go.
If you're wondering, that's
Someone's got
Cockney
it.
accents you can hear.
Smoke coming up from over there.
Now I've got to be careful when I slow down here. What I want to do is get in behind now. If one of those, if one of the enemies come forward and they start shooting and I'm in between, they'll still shoot. I'm just gently slowing down. So I want to put my nose just past them and then drop a truck off. As I'm slowing down, I'm making sure I'm just about high enough to, oops, cover the top of that hill there. So I'll try and park down on the road, which should drop the truck off just behind me, in between those two guys with a bit of luck. As long as this slope isn't too steep. We can always jump in the truck and move it forward a little bit if there's not enough range. There's a nice little gap there. So I've got to be careful because this looks a little bit uneven and it looks very slopey to the right there. I'm going to move slightly left and make sure this sits properly. Slight slope on it by the looks of it. It's not too bad. Do with moving it a little bit further away, but it'll do as long as it doesn't dump it on top of this gun. Let me just jump over here, and what I'm going to do is drop them down a little bit. Okay, so we've got one truck out.
Everything like Sirius's has the grey blocks, all grey blocks.
And then unpack it, and we should get a truck, which we have. Not quite as far back as I wanted it. I should have gone back a little bit further. But what that should mean is these two trucks should get repaired. Now, I'm not quite sure whether... I think it's a repair. What is it I've dropped? I don't know whether it's just a repair or a rearm. Should the M818 do the repairs as well, or not?
No, I don't know. I don't think it does.
Does it just rearm?
I saw another one of them on the actual airfield.
Okay. And we've got, look, corruption. See this funny line there? This is something we noticed quite a bit. I don't know whether it's the mission or what. It's not my graphics card. And everybody else gets it as well. But can you see there? It's a little bit odd, isn't it? Don't know whether anyone else has played this mission, whether it's mission specific, map specific, or what, I don't know. Let's go and drop the others off. I don't know whether I need a repair squad to actually fix them. Ah, right. Thank you very much, Carmi. Some sort of odd little glitchy issue they've got then. It looks like a graphic card error, to be fair, but it's not. Is that across most maps, or is it sort of specifically like Syria or something like that? If you know. I'm not going for that. I'm going down. Oh, these are containers, aren't they? I don't want those yet, actually. Let's go around. Pick up the serums. It's quite relaxing flying these, to be honest. A little bit like the Huey. Huey's a nice helicopter to fly. Once you get going, it's quite good fun. Except this one tends to drop out. Yeah, that's fair enough. No, I know what you mean. It just leaps in there, doesn't it? There's a good bit sometimes. There's a particular village you go over here, and you suddenly find that the whole village gets wiped out by lions running through it, and it's like you can't see anything. There's the other one over there on that hill, I think. Don't know, can you see that on stream? Should be able to make it out. I'll get there now and it'll be just a crop of trees. Has anyone tried Star Citizen 4.1 in PTU yet? Because I did seem to notice it was pushing my graphics card all the way up. Hey, hello, how are you? Helio, yes, sorry, nearly got it right. Hi, and welcome back. Let's just pop this round. At least it'll rearm it if nothing else. Well, I assume it will. Shame it doesn't repair it, but I'm sure on this mission there's another squad that will actually repair. Let's just drop this down. Well, when I say drop it down, I mean very carefully drop it down. Well, as careful as I can be. Then I'm going to have to drink some of my cup of tea because it will be cold if I'm not careful. So just unload that one. As I was saying earlier, it'd be really good when the safe state is out, because the amount of times we end up sort of doing the same sort of thing because the map's not saving itself is oh, look at that. Oh, yeah, so hopefully that'll work with that. So I'm just going to drink my cup of tea. Let's have a little look at who is it who's flying the other one. Hey, it's Grump. There he is with his gunner. Just pause my head tracking, get my cup of tea. I don't want it to go cold. Hopefully that volume's not too loud. Yeah, I see you, Grump. You alright, matey? You can see the little guy on the back. Zoom in a little bit. There he is. Not sure what he's got on his head. Can't tell if those are his eyes. Oh yeah, I see. It's looking quite low down. You got full gunners on there. I bet the weight of the gunners makes no difference to this helicopter whatsoever, virtually. And you got your lights on. You didn't auto start, did you, Grump? This tea's nearly gone. I think this, when it's finished, is going to be really, really good. You do almost need a small, I don't know how many you get in a squadron, but you do need a good group of something like this. You get 5 or 6 people in these. Oh, Grumpy. Oh, it's only because when I looked, I could see your lights were on. And I thought, there's no way you'd want to put your lights on intentionally. And I thought, I know what you've done, you've cheated. Typically English. Can't get by without a cup of tea. That's why you get cup of tea holders in a lot of helicopters and planes, like a little cup holder like you get in cars. That's what it's all about. Okay, let's have a look then, see what else I need to drop off where. These 2 guys are done, that one's done. I need to go down to, I'll go down to this bottom one, and then I'll see if I can pick something up that's going to do a repair. Not sure whether it's going to work or not. I need to go down. I don't know why I do this. I cannot read the numbers. I don't know if there's a hood in the Chinook in the future. I just can't read the numbers in it, to be honest. Unless I zoom in, and as soon as I zoom in, then I'm not going to be looking where I need to go. So that's going to be crushable, if that makes sense. So, look, focusing on going in. Where was it? Down here somewhere. You see what I mean? It's the wrong position. Does anyone know if you get a hood in the Chinook in real life or anything like that? But it does make it very difficult. I don't know what anyone else is like. I'm obviously quite old, so I can't read shit not that far away. I can't really move my head in too much, look, because I got microphones. I can just about read that. But I've got microphones in my face. Blend up with 2 black eyes. Microphone shaped or pop filter shaped. That'll be quite amusing. Right, this is a lot closer than I thought. I'm going a little bit quick. You been shot or you lost it?
I had a bloody power line.
Did you catch it with your rotor or was it with a helicopter?
Yeah, rotor.
Did it all fizz and burn, like sort of like electricity cables?
It wasn't good.
No, I know from inside, but I just wondered. I was watching.
No, I didn't see it.
I was watching something the other day where people were testing, and if you hit it with the rotors, it's more of a big flash and a bang, which is what you'd expect. If you hit it with the body, it doesn't do it. And I assume you were going underneath the pylons or the cables.
I've been attacked, so I was quite low.
Not quite low enough. Had you got the stick with a hat on? That's the MMA, by the way.
Left my cap downstairs.
Oh. Right, let's drop this guy off and then see if I can sling anything. I just wondered if it caught on it or whether it was actually the rotors. That's all I was thinking. Right, so let's go and have a look, see if I can pick any of these things up. There should be a list. Wrong one. So these are. Why can't I see a list?
Bacon's on the way.
Like that, you know what you're not going to do today?
It's alright, got me bib on.
That's alright then. I was going to say, I can't see the list anyway. I'll just go back, see if I can get something for repair. Friendly helicopter wreck. You know it tells me. Oh yeah, of course it's Stingy, isn't it? But I'm not going to go to where he is because he was obviously shot by another helicopter, and that means that there's no ground defences covering him at all. So I'm not sure whether there's like repair trips I can use. Not quite sure, but I'll have a look. What I might also do is switch out and go to the Huey and just go through the Huey and fly that. It's a little bit more forgiving. It's not quite as quick as this. But in theory you can throw it around a little bit more. And on saying that, you know damn well that I'll get in the Huey and the first thing I'm going to do is go into some manoeuvre and just watch it drop out of the sky. Which will be fairly typical. Hopefully this is the right pylon I've just followed. I'm looking for blue smoke. There it is, dead ahead. Albeit not the right pylon, it was enough to get me back to where I wanted to from the angle I was at. So I'll jump in the Huey in a minute and go through the startup. I'm sure there's a squad of troops I can pick up that will do the repairs, so I don't mind running a few trips in the Huey and then I'll jump into either the Shark or the Apache. I do fly planes as well, by the way, but when I'm doing these missions I end up mostly in helicopters because otherwise there's nobody to do all this logistics and groundwork, to be honest. There's just a couple of us who'll fly them. See the way that suddenly climbs. Can you hear my fans on my computer as I'm talking in the background, just increasing as I start to come in? Really got to be careful coming down though, just to make sure you don't suddenly just gob it. That'll do. Right, I'm not going to go through stopping it. I'm just going to jump into the Huey. I'll quickly go through the startup. It really doesn't take much. Um, right, okay. One of the things I'm going to point out at the moment is if you look at the colours here. Now, this doesn't show quite so well on Twitch, but you'll notice it if you... Well, it does show all right, but it looks much better when you're on the YouTube stream, because it will be in 4K. But if you look at the colours here and this contrast, it really makes the cockpit look good. And you have to be careful, because obviously if the sun's shining straight in, it'll flatten a bit. But one of the things that you need to do, and I'm mentioning it because some people just jump on and go on about, what's that software they use? Reshade. And they tweak it around and say, look at this looks much better. But to be honest, it looks fine as it is, excuse me. One of the things with this game is by default, the gamma here is set to 2.2. So when you start moving this up to 2.2, you can see how this is washed out a little bit more. And as you look around, everything's just softer and wishy-washy. And you can see the greys and the blacks, and the contrast isn't as good, and it makes it look a little bit flat. Now, it does depend upon your monitor, to be honest, but the gamma is quite sensitive, so each time I move it down just one notch, you'll see there is a change on the image. Now, obviously on Twitch, due to compression, you might not see the subtlety of it, but if you keep going down, there'll be a point on your monitor that it looks better than it doesn't. If you go too far, it's obviously going to get too dark and you're going to lose detail. But if you find the right setting for your monitor, now my monitor's, can't remember what it is, OLED, and so my blacks are black, okay? And this looks really spot on for what I'm seeing on my monitor with my current lighting. So it will make a difference, but if you look as well now at the colours, the greens and these sort of browns and the blues all look so much better. You can basically do that just by altering the gamma. You don't need any other software, and external views as well. It does look quite nice. If you need to go into altering any more, then you know, for a video, then just do it with post and use colour correction. But you know, you don't need it for the game, to be honest. I don't think you do. If someone completely disagrees, please jump in and say. Okay, so this is the Huey. I'm going to shut the doors, he said, first of all. And then we're going to look up to this panel here. The reason I'm going through the startup is it's the first one I've jumped into. I'm an IT manager. I'm an IT manager that's been in IT since 1982. But I also used to demonstrate 3D Studio, done graphics, audio, video, IT. IT is the main thing. All the others are little things that I've done with different jobs, programming, stuff like that.
82G is the size 3 years old.
Yes, stop rubbing it in. Jesus, man. I wasn't that... Well, I was okay. I was oldish. So, yeah, I've been around in IT. I was playing with... I think the first computer I ever got was a Commodore 64. Wasn't interested in the BBC at all. Commodore 64 was quite good, which is what got me into doing some programming. So we've moved this knob here. They were absolutely brilliant at the time, to be honest. All right. Yeah, well, one of the things I also did was then started doing MIDI, because the Commodore 64 did MIDI, believe it, back in the mid to late 80s. and I went into MIDI in a big way then, and then bought Atari STs. So I had a couple of Atari STs and Mono ones, some really good software. And then I used to demonstrate MIDI and explain MIDI.
Proper PC was a compact.
Oh, right, yeah, I remember those. They had a compact, what you call a luggable, before you had laptops, which used to basically build your muscles up.
Forgotten Amiga.
Yeah, the Amigas were quite good but short-lived. Before those, I had a ColecoVision gaming console, and I even bought a SNES. When was that? 1992, just for one game. And I've still got it, still boxed. Okay, so AC phase there on the AC power, essential buzz on there, just 1 minute. Switch the main generator up, or down should I say, and then switch the battery on, and you'll hear an audible alarm, which is the low RPM. So you see the low RPM next to the fuel switch. Switch the fuel forward, the hydraulics forward, 4-string forward, and then push the chip detector and let go, and that checks for metal fragments. We then go in to make sure that the governor is pressed forward. I'm going to put the, excuse me if I'm in your ears.
In high school, I was taught computer class on a C64. 3 to 4 years later, when I left, they got their first PCs.
Oh yeah, it's quite surprising. What I'm going to do now is increase the throttle to get some fuel flow, and you'll see that moving up on the little screen on the left. I'll move my view so it's a little bit easier. And you can do this with your page up key. So either use your page up, I've got it assigned to an axis, and then we're ready to start up. Yeah, I mean, round in the 90s, I think one of my girlfriends was a teacher, and at their school they were still using BBC and Acorn stuff, and I kept saying you need to go PC,
Oh, yeah, I see it.
but PCs were far too expensive at the time for schools, and it wasn't until the likes of Mytech and Ambra came out where you could buy a PC for 500 quid as compared to sort of $3,500 that schools started adopting them. Okay, so once we're here at this point, if you look here, we're going to hold the starter down until the gas producer gets to 40. So you keep it held down, and once it gets to 40, I'm going to let go, and then I'm going to open the window because I am now getting warm. So the rotor will start turning. You can see there the shadow of it. You can hear the engine increasing. You can see the RPM here increasing. I'll let go at 40 and I'll pull back a bit and we'll see the RPM go up. Now hopefully I won't get a beep.
Paid about 3.5k for our IBM PS/2 in 91.
Yeah, the IBM PS2, that used an MCI or MCA architecture. And that was designed, MCA, that was it. That was designed because IBM was so annoyed at people ripping off the IBM PC. Everybody was making clones of it, and when they created it, they didn't copyright everything. They left it sort of, basically they didn't cover their investment, and quite a few people's heads rolled. And IBM even bought a third-party manufacturer to compete against themselves and to compete against all the third-party people, which was a company called Ambra. Anything else you want to ask about old school stuff, please feel free. Okay, so we can see the RPM there. We're going to start increasing the throttle, and we can see the gas producer going up. We can see the RPM going up. Now I want to try something, and I want to see what happens. Interesting. So I'm increasing this all the way up to the top.
Down.
And you see that goes up to the top and then drops off a little bit, which is a bit different to my interpretation of it previously. So I want to see how this goes. Okay, so once that's done, we've got two lights
As you're
left.
looking from the red smoke
Now, why is this?
towards the airfield, there's a column of tanks hiding in the trees right by the.
So I'm trying to work out why they're so loud. Let me bring this down a little bit. Can you give us another level, Stu, please?
Trying to get round the side.
That's not doing
The
anything.
sound level.
Let me just check something
Sorry,
before I go on. It's all right. I've got what I need. I think. Say something again.
Why does it say bell on the bell?
And again. Thank you, that'll do. As I said, if you remember, if you were on earlier, I said there was an update. And it's basically the driver for that, or the audio for them, was the audio attached to a different channel. That's why they were so loud and I couldn't control it. Why does it say Bell? Oh, right, because the actual name of the helicopter is a Bell Huey, or a Bell something or other. Huey is the short form. But Bell is the company that created the Huey. That's why it says Bell on there. Right, so what we've got to do here now is there's an inverter and an IFF. The IFF is this one on the left. We do one click and you'll see that disappears. And the inverter's up here where we started, and we move this down and then we switch the starter generator down, and that's it. We're ready to go. Okay, anyone got any questions before we move? Right, so when you take off in the Huey, there's a couple of things you might need to be aware of. One of them is
Where are you going?
the helicopter. Where are we going? We're going to go over to there. We're going to load a crew, hopefully, and then we're going to go over to the C ramp to see if these guys actually repair it in situ. So I haven't got finished doing this actually yet. Let me just do a couple of things I've forgotten to do. So we can see there's a master caution on, and the master caution comes on because these alarms are on, and whenever there's an alarm comes on, the master caution comes on and stays on until you do a reset. So you perform a reset with this little toggle switch at the top left of the alarm. So if you hit it forward, you'll see the master caution go off, and if you go left, you'll see it test all the lights. The last thing, distracting myself here, I do apologise, is we've got to align the compass, otherwise we're going to go in the wrong heading. So you can see here we're pointing north, but this says we're actually pointing just under 240 degrees. So we're going to rotate the synchronising knob until this is aligned with 240 degrees or just under. And as we move, if you watch the top right here, there's a circle. And the circle tells me that it's not aligned properly. If I keep going past 240, it'll turn into a cross. And that also tells me we're not aligned properly. Okay? So I need to have half a circle and half a cross. And then that's aligned. Okay? So it's round about there. Now if you look here, we're one notch on the right hand side. And we're one notch under 2.4 towards west. And here we're on one notch down under 2.4 towards the west, so that's aligned. Okay, sorry, I do apologise, I missed that out and then realised. So when the helicopter takes off, it will naturally want to go forward, up and roll to the right. Okay, it will also rotate to the right, and that's the torque causing that when we're not moving very quick, and we need to compensate for when we take off. Otherwise, you're going to go forward, roll to the right, climb, roll over. So what you need to do is make sure that you give some left pedal or left rotation if you haven't got pedals. It's about 30% on this bottom left quadrant. Okay, and pull this cyclic back and down to the left in this quadrant here once you start to lift up. Okay, and I'll show you what I mean. As we lift up, it's going to get light, and that's just as the point it lifts up we need to move this down and back, and then it'll balance the helicopter and it'll be in a sort of hover. If the helicopter rotates to the left as you lift up, you've pushed the pedal too far. If it rotates right, it's not far enough. Okay, and you get a good visual clue on what's going on with the cyclic. So as soon as I start to lift, it's going to go light, and then I'm going to pull back a little bit and lift it up a little bit, and you'll see now that the helicopter's sitting there a lot better than if I didn't do that. Otherwise it's going to go off to the right, forward and up. So you can see where my cyclic is, you can see where my rudder is, and I'm moving in a straight line really, really slowly. Okay, in fact there's a hover there if I wanted to trim it. So we're just going to go over towards this area now, and I'm going to load some troops. I'm not going to take any weapons at this stage because everything you load onto a helicopter adds weight. And unlike the Chinook, this thing is not designed to carry the same weight as the Chinook. Although in this particular mission, you'll probably find we'd be able to load phalanx in the back, but it will fly like a brick. So I'm just slowing down, nudging the stick back and relaxing grip on the stick. Again, as in all helicopters, any input on the cyclic is extremely small, and when we're in a nice little hover, we just gently lower it down by dropping the collective down. Okay, so I'm relaxing my grip on everything. I'm going to see what it is that I can load. It's probably going to be under support. Hummer, blah blah. Nope. Let's go back. Maybe it's under infantry. Recon team, heavy mortar, Stingers, JTAC. Right. We've got engineers here. CB's engineers. So let's go back here. Let's pull in, not those. Let's pull in a mortar team. Not close enough. Where was I? Am I in the wrong place? Let me just take off and move over this way. Yeah, you get your points that you can see if you get any points at all, and you minus 100 for every vehicle or module you lose. That's the way we've worked it before, and everybody was always on minus. I might be in the wrong place here, but yeah, I've been doing logistics, matey, rather than kills. The Babby used to say that to me. Look at how many points I've got. You haven't got any, or you haven't killed anyone. I said, yeah, but I'm a medic. Right, okay, so let's try that again. Infantry, mortar team. Which one am I supposed to be by? Probably over here, actually. I think it's, is it this one? Let's try this pad here. Gone far too high compared to what I want to actually get. and when it shakes, that's never a good sign. Just going to slow down. Try not to crash it. Just dropping my height down a little bit, and I'll get into a hover and then land. All the helicopters do feel a little bit different when you go from one to the other. There we go. So as soon as I'm in ground effect, you see the helicopter just sits nicely. We can just drop it down. So ground effect is an area basically that you get into when you get low. It's the air that's pushing down, lifting you up by bouncing off the ground or any other solid surface. And I've gone to the wrong menu again. And basically it supports you. Yeah, there we go. So it holds you in place, and it's called ground effect. And it also works when you go up a mountain if you're low level, and it causes your helicopter to burst into flames if you're not careful. Right, so now I'm going to add the CBeebies team to see if that does what I think it does. Now, rather than take this to everybody, I don't know if it's going to work yet. So I'm going to take it over to the phalanxes that have got damage, which are these two over here. Okay. Right, so at the moment we take off in exactly the same way. Left, pull back on the stick, and then get going. Watch the helicopter on the right. And as we're going along, once I start moving and I get this thing balanced a little bit, I'm going to trim the cyclic. So when you trim it, especially if you're using the center trim mode, which you should really be using unless you've got force feedback, you hit your trimmer and then relax your grip on your stick and let it center, because if you don't, you won't have any input on your cyclic at all. So I'm going to do that again, about there, relax the grip. Okay, and then there's minimal input really to control this then. So I'm just adding a little bit more collective just to lift it up a little bit. You can see the rudder is in the middle because that torque effect is disappearing. Probably need to go just a little bit more nose down. And there we go, okay. So once you trim it, you've taken the load off. You don't have to hold your stick forward. It's a case of doing lots of little adjustments so that you can control your helicopter. My feet aren't on the pedals at all at the moment, although they will be back there shortly. Let's see where I'm heading more or less to the right place, slightly to the right. Are you in today, Kev, by any chance? What, lurking around? He's probably still unpacking, unless he's working or he's playing with his computer. I know he was supposed to be getting his broadband done. He's just moved house again. He's got a big project to do as well in the garden, I believe. Yeah, I'm heading in the right direction. But it's minimal input really to keep this thing going. Got to watch the speed. If I overspeed it, you'll see these 3 gauges there start to move into the red, which is not good. So remember, if you set the trimmer, that you've got the trimmer set, because if you don't, as soon as you let go of the stick, the helicopter is going to dip its head down or forward or whatever, and it's not this one. This is the single lone one at the back. So I need to move on to the next slope, which is over this way. I noticed we seem to have very little in the way of helicopters coming over.
We just destroyed their planes.
Oh, right. Well, even before that, were there many coming over? As the,
They were able to take off, but they both couldn't destroy it. Charlie took
oh, excellent. Okay. That means I can jump in Apache in a minute. Just seeing if I can take some troops over and a CBB to repair these things. See if it works. They should be here on this hill. There they are. I'm going to let this come down. Going to keep moving though. You can see my vertical speed indicators just crashed through the floor. But as long as I'm moving, that shouldn't be a problem. Slowing down. Also, I'm coming up on a hill, so I'm going to get ground effect quite weirdly. There's that funny graphical glitch look. Like a weird type of tree. So as long as I'm moving, I should be fine. And then what I'll do is come down into a hover and then hover my way to where I want to go, rather than necessarily trying to dump it in a particular location. We're down in ground effect now. I think ground effect is about 1.5 times the diameter of the rotors. I believe that's what it is anyway. Please, if I'm wrong, let me know. So it's always a good idea to get into ground effect first and then just slowly nudge your helicopter to where you want it to be. So I'm going to go a little bit further on this road here. And then I'm going to dump all these little guys out. I don't think the mortars are going to be within an effective range of anything specific. I just wanted to pick a squad that I believe the CBBs get attached to. I like the way the troops have been called cargo. Hey Blinky, how are you? Thank you very much. What you been up to today? I don't think I've got any mods on at all, matey, so please bear with me. And let's see if I can actually get the commands right today and the spelling. That'll be a bit of a minor miracle. Oh, taking out dinosaurs. Right, let me look. Blinky Bee Bear. See, I can just about read that from here. Let me see if it works. Look at that. And there's no typos in the thingamajig. So you've been taking out dinosaurs. Do you go anywhere nice? Oh. Thanks, Blinky. Cheers, matey. Thank you very much. Right, okay, so obviously that didn't work. So let me press F10 again. I was in the Chinook, but I thought I would jump into this because I want to try something. And because we've got rid of the helicopter bases now, then I can possibly stop doing what I was doing before. So how am I going to unload? I'm sure I've got people on here. I thought I just kicked out some guys. Or are they in front of me? I thought I'd just literally gone and picked up these guys. And they're not there. I don't know where they are. That's a little bit odd. I've definitely picked them up. Yeah, I was in there. It seems like that's all I fly mostly, isn't it? But it's not really. Is there anything else for dropping troops off? Nothing to unpack. No spawn crates. Airborne troops. Nothing there. So why? Nothing on here. That's fine. For some reason I can't seem to get my troops out of my Huey. I thought I just unloaded them like cargo.
The doors.
Oh. Yeah, it was just a bit odd. I'm sure I picked up some troops and I picked up sea babies as well. I haven't checked it, but it looked like they loaded. Where's what's on board? Admin. Nope. Other functions. Loaded units. Yeah, I've got them on board. I've got a mortar team and Seabees. Let me open the door just in case. Because you never know, and I don't like to discount anybody without actually trying it. You know what's going to happen now. Come on, troops. I was rooting for you there, Stingy. I opened my doors and I was thinking, bloody hell, man, you might be right, but no, nothing. No, go on. Yeah, that's the only thing. Let me try the unload cargo. It says it's been unloaded, but there's nothing. I don't think there's any troop unloading at all. Maybe they're a little bit fussy about where they get out. I'll move the helicopter in a minute. I assume the mission hasn't just stopped and we're all on our own individual server, are we? Can't see anything that's gonna get these guys out. The functions. Can't do that. So I'll just change positions. You never know. We'll just go forward a little bit. Let's pull that back. Lift up, same as before. Try not to catch the tail on anything because you sort of turn round. And we'll just move forward a little bit on this road. I wonder if they come out forwards. It might be that if they come out forwards. No, note this is on a slope. So you want to make sure that your nose is up the hill. Okay. And then see the way I push the stick forward. I've also trimmed it. And what should, in theory, be happening is that my blades are flat. Even though there's a hill there, the body of the helicopter is going down, the blades are kept flat, which should stop me from toppling over. However, when you let something out of your helicopter, the weight when it goes out will cause the helicopter to take off sometimes. So that's something you must be aware of. So let's try this. Yeah, oh. No, is that a bush or a... Oh, thought that was a bloody person then. No, they're not getting out the helicopter. No, I've looked at that one. I looked at infantry. And there's nothing to get the infantry out. And if I go into the mortar team... No, that's a load only. Not had this before. We've dropped troops off, haven't we? That's why I was asking if we run our own thingamajig. Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? And I'm not well, I will be stationary, obviously. Yeah, it comes up with a logistics and wait for it to be unloaded. It's just not unloading them. That is a little bit bizarre. So I've got a squad of mortars and a CBB. Ah, man. Can't see anything else that I can do. Anyone got any ideas? Yeah, they're both still there. They're just stuck in the helicopter. Wait 1 minute. I know what I haven't tried. I'm an idiot. And Stingy, you might have been right. I have not tried to... Let's have a look. See the back doors? I only open the front doors where the pilots sit. So therefore... You might be right, Stingy. I'm getting there. I only open the front doors, not the back doors. I'm willing you to be right, just so I can get these guys out of my helicopter. Unfortunately, it's not looking like it's making any difference at all. Oh, Stingy. A tree? I was sure there was a tree mentioned in the notes. In the briefing. Right, yeah, these guys aren't getting out, are they? They're not getting out at all. There's nothing I can do with it, as far as I can see. So, see if I can... See if I can... There's nothing I can do to delete them. Yeah, there is. There we go. I've just deleted my cargo now. So I can do a person pickup.
Right. Did you do the valley last a couple of weeks ago with
Yeah, it's the one over here, isn't it? And up through the town. Where's Stingy?
yeah, Stingy's in the town, I think. Yeah, he went down just outside the town.
because I can't see which one of these is likely to be, and I've only got ISO containers.
Let me put a mark right for you. I've got to change them.
Right, hello, by the way, welcome to the channel. If you got any questions, please jump in and ask. If you want to join in, you're more than welcome. There's probably, what, 3-4 of us flying, not many. Ooh.
Not getting a marker on the map for you yet, Stingy.
Well, I'll come out, see if it does it then.
It will pop up. Let's try and sort this. We're just waiting for Stingy to appear. He should appear, or it should say there's a down pilot shortly after he's quit. So I'm going to go and see if I can pick him up. I'll head down to the river anyway, Stu, with a view to... Oh, hang on. I got a master caution for some unknown reason. Why have I got a master caution? That's not a master caution, is it? That's a master caution. What's going on? Ah, that's going on.
Is it recording though if it's still live?
It doesn't look like it does.
So we've not got anything now?
Just go back to there.
Yeah, okay.
We have to exit live
So as I'm starting to move here, I'm increasing the throttle again. So I'd get a red light because it's too hot. Look, see? So now I'm moving. Hopefully, just gonna pull the throttle down a little bit, because if I overheat too long, this thing will just burst into flames. Didn't think I was going that fast. Slow this down a little bit. Sound is different as well now that we've got, because I don't need so much throttle going in without the weight on it. So I'm just moving everything back a little bit. I'm completely out in the wrong place at the moment. I'll go and jump in the Apache in a minute when I get back. Assuming I get back in one piece, that is, of course. Where am I? There I am. Right, if I just jump over behind those hills, swap out again, and then go on the offensive. Anyone got a preference over Apache or Shark? I don't mind either. No, that was only one or two options. not all 4 available helicopters because I forget how to fly them, to be honest. I fly them and then haven't touched some of them for ages because I find the ones that I fly do the job in the areas that I want to do it, if that makes sense. You see me look over to the right before I cough it. I'll make sure that before I actually cough that I've muted the mic. Otherwise I'm going to disturb all of you. Hey, Grandad. Okie dokie, being as you've asked. I'll do the shark. I'll go through the startup. Yeah, I do the Apache more. I will do the shark, then I'll do the Apache. Well, I've got an hour and a bit left, really, so we should be good. I can do both. Did you jump in 4.1, Platty? How is everybody, Grandad? And when is it you due for your, whatever it is, your assessment, is it?
No, not yet.
I jumped in it yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, when I come home from work.
Still not heard about spirometry.
Oh, right, that's fair enough. That's national health for you, isn't it?
Everyone seems better at TM.
Good. Not sure where I am at the moment. Oh, there I am. Okay. Oh, there's the blue smoke. Yeah, I jumped in Platine, you'll laugh. I couldn't get out the hab at Orison. The lift takes you down to another floor, but it wouldn't take you to the ground. So I just gave up and went into live and played that for a bit last night. It's a bit of a slog on the hauling to get up to, is it experienced level or something? But it's getting there slowly. And I'm not so sure why on 4.1. Oh, always, yeah. I'm not so sure why they've come up with this thing now that you keep the stuff that you die with. That's pathetic. The whole thing started off at a particular direction because it was a little bit more hardcore, and now it's just turning into, you know, something for, I don't mean this derogatory when I say like kids. You know, big red markers, you were shot from here, and oh look, you keep your stuff. It's I just don't get it. Live is running nice. It's running quite smooth as well, to be honest. These are our defences here. So I need to slow down and get around this blue smoke. And then drop this off, and then I'll jump into the shark. How's Lewis? Really need some more throttle, don't I? There we go, I'm down anyway. Right, we'll jump into the shark. So, unlike the other helicopters,
I'm happy about that. It's only externally attributed gear that you get to keep. Stuff I have bought because I like the look of it, I can always access.
yeah, but it destroys the whole concept of you're not buying stuff, you're donating to a project, and as you're donating to it, then you'll get given something to use in game. Like all the insurance, you know, I'm still up for all the stuff that you've bought disappearing if you don't keep your insurance up to date. If you got LTI, fair enough, but just because you put some money into the project doesn't mean that you should necessarily keep it ad infinitum. You know, that means that, oh, I have bought it then. And that changes the ballpark somewhat, do you know what I mean? From what they've been saying for years. And if people get annoyed at that, obviously they haven't understood what was going on. Right.
That's actually illegal in most countries.
But then, you know, it should be the contract says you haven't bought it, you've donated to something, which is the way it should have always been sold. You've donated and we'll give you something to borrow until the game comes out. And then you've still got it, but if you keep the insurance, I mean, this is the crazy thing. It's just turned into a completely different beast. Right, this is the Shark. This is actually the Shark 3. Looking from the outside, you can tell by the fact there's 3 pylons. It's dual counter-rotating blades. So where the Chinook doesn't have a tail rotor or anti-torque rotor, neither does this. But unlike the Chinook, the blades are one on top of the other.
Insurance, another popularized scam.
Yeah, and they basically rotate in opposite directions. So the leading edge on the one set of blades is that direction. Leading edge on the other set of blades is the opposite direction. There's no tail rotor, but there is a stabilizer that basically moves from left to right and keeps it flying sort of levelish. Okay, we're going to shut the door. And then we're going to go through the startup. Because it's the Shark 3, the startup's subtly different. Okay. So we're going to start from the right knee and switch on the batteries. So there's batteries 1 and 2. We're going to go around to the right elbow. And we're going to switch the Ekran hydraulic switch down, put the cap down. We're then going to go to the front and hit the master caution. I haven't flown this for ages actually, thinking about it. And then we're going to go and move the KO41 up and also the Abris. Okay. But what we're going to do now is switch on the forward and aft and fuel QTY and then switch on the APU fuel flow. So we're going to use the APU like everything else to start up the helicopter. See the Abris is coming on. And if we look down here, we can see the APU valve is open. So that tells me before I hit the button that we've got fuel flow. I'm now going to hit the start button. And I'm going to move the rotor brake, which is this black knob. You can barely see it down. So the rotor brake's off. You'll see the APU fuel spin up to about 7.5, 8. And then the third light come on saying APU's on, which means now we can start the engines. So we look over to the right hand side and we're going to start left engine first. So it's left hand EEG or electronic engine governor. I've remembered my script as well, Grandad. Left hand fuel, that goes up. Look around to the left knee again where we started the APU. And we're going to move this multi-position toggle switch down to the lower left. And we're going to press start. Once we've done that, we're going to back off a little bit so we can see the RPM. You'll see needle number 1 drop, and that's going to drop down to number 2. And when it hits number 2, we're going to move the engine cutoff lever forward, which is over here. See the rotor turning? There's number 2. Move that forward and then keep an eye on the exhaust gas temperature, and that's engine number 1 starting up. Okay, so you see the blades slowly starting, and we're going to wait now, and we're going to wait until that needle number 1 stops at about 70%. Right, okay. So that's nearly at 70. So now we're going to start engine number 2 in exactly the same manner. So engine number 2, right hand EEG up, right hand fuel flow up, left knee, move the switch to the right hand position, press the start, pull back, keep an eye on the RPM, and when that needle reaches 20%, again we're going to move the engine cut-off lever forward and observe the exhaust gas temperature. There we go. Okay, so while we're waiting for that to get up to speed, we're going to move the voice warn on. And what that will do, once we move that one up, and the intercom or internal comms, that will basically allow us to hear messages from the ecran, which is this screen here, rather than just saying, watch ecran, watch ecran. We're also, what were we going to do then? Nothing. That's just me, sorry. Right, so once the engines are up to 70, I'm then going to hit the throttle where there's no buttons or anything. I'm going to hit throttle up twice, and then we'll start hearing error messages if you listen out. There's once. Okay, so the 3 messages are electrics on battery. So now we've got the engines running, we can move the sysgens or the system generators up, switch them on. The next one was no nav data, and DNS, Doppler navigation system, is ineffective. If we move this so that we can see, we've got no navigation data. Okay, so what that means is we've got no way of A, going in any particular direction. Realistically, we can head forward, but we don't know what direction that is, and also the weapons won't work properly. So what we're going to do now is go to F10. We're going to click on our helicopter, and we're going to note what the heading is, 250. Okay, we're going to go back into the helicopter. We're going to look down here, and you see this little needle, this little needle here, this adjustment. So if we go back to here and zoom out, we're going to see a compass, and we can move this compass by grabbing the label. Okay, I'm going to bring it down here to my helicopter. Where's my helicopter? There it is. Okay, and I'm going to move this down a bit more. Okay, and then if I put this on the middle of my helicopter, you see that we've got 5 degrees here. Can you see that? Just about. And that is your magnetic variation. Okay, so what I'm going to do is adjust this to 250, which is our heading. 250 is quick to go back. Oh man, I'm doing this too early, aren't I? What a dozy bugger. I do apologise. Ignore that bit, we'll come back to it. Because we've got no heading, we've got to align the helicopter. So we align the helicopter by switching this navigation system into operate. Okay, and then we're going to turn around and we're going to move the inertial navigation unit, or INU, to on. When we do that, oh, what have I forgot? That one. Is it that one? I forgot something. No, there we go. So when we move that up, we can see that we've got this symbol here, and we've got to wait for 3 minutes before we can do the bit I was on about. Okay, So let's wait for that. And it literally takes 3 minutes. So while we're doing that, let's go and see what the others are up to. I think that's Stingy, maybe. Might not be, but it may be. Yep. So he's just started up an Apache. And let's go and find Charlie. That's me. There's Charlie. Charlie's just starting them. As I said, there's only 2 or 3 of us flying, trying to do this mission. And it's always useful if we've got a few other people. So you want to join in. I've only got about an hour or so now. But if you want to join in, you're more than welcome. Tomorrow I'll be streaming Star Citizen at some point, and we'll see how we get on with that. As I said, the 4.1 version I'm using, Lee. As soon as you get in, you can't go down in the lift. Hello, goddess. How the devil are you? I bet you're going to say, how's Lisa and where's Lisa? I mean, just ignore me. This is Syria, yeah. Are you well? Have you played anything? Or you not got there yet? And you still haven't tried DCS, no doubt. Oh, right, okay. I'm all good, thank you. How are you? Lisa's good, she's at work today. Do you know what? I got her to stream once. And I haven't got her to stream again. She's got a new joystick, which she hasn't used yet. Yeah? Where are you? Which country are you in? I talk of the devil. So you found it. You've got on at the right time. That'll be Lisa going on lunch back in 30 minutes. And she'll be saying, say hi to everybody. East Coast, okay. You go in for a nap? 1 o'clock, oh, it's about 8 o'clock, is it? Something like that? Or is it, yeah, is it 7 or 8? Or is it 9? It's around about there somewhere. Our clocks go back soon. I thought so. Oh, right, I see what you mean. You just get stuck into something and you keep going because it was Friday night, was it? And then it trashes you for the day, and then suddenly all your time's all over the place. No, I have to fetch you today. Oh, she saved me something for something to eat. Typical. Anyway, I better say hello to everyone from Lise because she'll ask me. And now I can say I said hello. Right, hopefully she won't text too much, but I find that extremely unlikely. Okay, we can see now that we've got the HUD and we've got directions. What you been playing then, Goddess?
Hello, Lisa. Don't forget the biscuits.
Yeah, she's left me some biscuits. So the helicopter's in about 240, but the trimmer system and the navigation system's at 25. So this little thing I was telling you about, I've got to pull this back to 250, which is whereabouts I was going. And when you look down these little graduations, is that the right thing? Are you going to come in and join us at some point in Star Citizen or DCS, even in a helicopter? You don't even have to buy the helicopter. You can get it for free for 2 weeks, just needs a bit of planning. Once you've done that, we're going to move this needle down and then back to the centre. And then we're going to put this back to number 5. So I'll just... Maybe never. Oh, February. What are you like? I can't believe you're just wussing out. So I need to move this back to 5, which was the variation. And when we look back here now, we should see that this trimmer system and the navigation are aligned. Now we've done that, we can carry on with the rest of the startup, okay? So we're going to put the radios on, VHF 1, 2, data link, VHF talk. We're going to switch the knob here where it says mode to wingman. We're going to put pitch hold, bank hold and heading hold. They're not your sort of game, aren't they? You'd probably quite enjoy them, but you do have to think a bit, to be fair, I must admit. We're going to switch that's the seat ejection system. We've put the fire extinguisher on. Now we're going to turn round and we're going to put the L140 on, whatever it is. There it is. Going to move it into operation. So we've got countermeasures on. We'll just check on the top right and countermeasures set to 128. We're going to go down here and we don't need the APU anymore. So we go APU shut off. We don't need the APU fuel valve. Switch that off. We can change the nav.
Trying flying said, I can join, but I haven't got DCS VC set up.
VC. And did I press the APU? Yes, I did. There we go, it's gone. Oh, right, yeah, don't worry about it. Just using Teams. Right, so I need some weapons. At the moment, I've got no weapons on. This thing will take 3 lots of weapons, which the Shark or the KA-50 could never do that. This is a bastardized version of it because at some point the Russians withdrew the permission for it to do it. Okay. That was another text, and that's about it. Right, so what I'm going to do now is go over there and I'm going to load up some weapons. And typically the weapons I'm going to load up are going to be Vickers. Vickers are... Oh, one thing I forgot, look. I've forgotten to put the standby attitude indicator on, which is the worst one in the world. I'm going to zero it out. You keep an eye on that, and this basically is to tell me how the helicopter is looking compared to the ground, and it's there as a backup measure in case you lose hydraulics. But if you watch it, it's going to say I'm upside down and 90 degrees to the floor. Now, as we start to take off, the helicopter is going to go back. So what we must do is push it forward with a cyclic as we lift up. Otherwise, we will go backwards. So you can see me pushing this forward there on the lower left. Okay, so as I go light on wheels, push it forward, and it'll stop me going backwards. Okay, so you can see how far forward it's got to go. Otherwise, you'll definitely go back. So I'm going to load some weapons, and then I'll just explain the trimmer system, and then we'll get off and see if we can actually fight something. I'm just moving over there. I'm going to park up next to that wall and tank. And then I'll go through the hood, the trimmer, what we can see in there. A couple of other features. I haven't got anybody in the Shark with me today, so I'm not going to be able to show you how multiple Sharks can communicate with each other and send weapons, target data, etc. I can explain it and show you partial of it, but we'll see. Let's see if I can get some weapons from here. Call up the weapons screen, and I'll just get a fairly standard loadout, which is going to be this. Don't need Eaglers on there. This is the third pylon. The way the Eaglers work is a bit bizarre, and I'm not going to be politically correct, faff about with them rather than what I would normally say. Just put any old skin on. Let's move the fuel back up and make sure we get a copy. Okay, we didn't get a copy at all. So there's a couple of things there. We might be in the wrong place, or it could just simply be that we haven't got the radio set to ground crew and they can't hear what's going on over the radio. So let's try that again. Let's try hitting the right buttons this time. And we'll do the same thing as before. Move the fuel up. Get rid of these off the ends. Remove. And then say OK again. And let's see if we get a copy. Yes, we did. So now, right, we're definitely going to get something loading on board. So some of the modules, if you don't have some sort of communication with the ground crew, they're not going to respond. It doesn't matter whether you're in the right place or not. They can't hear you. I haven't flown this for a long time. It's funny how you come in, Goddess, because I think I was probably flying this the last time you was in. And you're probably going to go to sleep now, aren't you? If you were going to have a nap, there's a good chance you'll go to sleep just listening to me. As long as you don't snore, that's fine. Although you probably do.
Goddess Minna said, I think you were flying.
All right. Blimey, okay. At least you were paying attention. Right, so we're all loaded. We've got everything on. We've got the fuel on. We've got everything. We must remember to turn that back. Okay. And then we're ready to go. Anywhere you want me, Patik Stu?
There's markers all around the airbase. Where do you want to go? North?
I'll just go into the airbase, really. We've got stuff to shoot. Seize our friendly pilot position. Have we got anything big and shooty?
We've got along the south of the airfield, but there are plenty of.
We got any SAMs?
Yeah, there's three off the middle side, middle eastern side, southeast side of the airfield.
Can see that. Got there.
Just don't go in the airfield.
Don't go what?
Don't go too far into the airfield. I'm going to be dropping some £2.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Enemy rockets.
Off the northeastern side, you've got tanks, anti-aircraft guns, and missiles.
I can see lots of RT rockets and things. Ah, I found the SA-13. Okay. Let's have a look. SA-13. So let's change that to meters. Is that the wrong way around? Was it already meters? Yeah, there we go. So I've got a range of about 7.1k. I can go in here somewhere, roundabouts. Let's go in here. Because if I go in there, what that means is I can utilise this hill. So I can pop up and down at that hill. What range is that? Yep, that's within range. Is it bacon sandwich time or you at it? Oh dear, I am slipping. So I want to go 311 for about 18. Okay. So I'm gonna, trimmers, I haven't showed you the trimmer yet. Right, okay, so the trimmer in this is a little bit different. You got a trimmer and a trimmer reset. So as we start to move, right, I'm going to hold the trimmer and then I'm going to set the trimmer and I'll show you what it does. Then I'll have to find out a proper course. Right, so I'm going to let go of all controls, okay, and the helicopter will just move where I've just set the trimmer to. That's all it's going to do. If we look in the hood, you'll see we've got a diamond and we've got a little triangle. The diamond is where the trimmer is set. The triangle is my heading, okay, or which way I'm pointing. You can see a little line here, and this line comes from the center of this view and extends out in the direction that the helicopter is drifting. Let me just pop this on for you so you can see better. Okay, you see it now. And it will stay doing this until I make it do something else. Now, if I start to push forward on my stick, you'll find that little line's going to move. It's going to change direction. And the more I push, the faster I go. The faster I go, the longer the line. Okay? So what I'm going to do now is let go. Watch what happens. Helicopter nose is going to come up. Helicopter's slowing down. Helicopter started drifting off to the right. I've got to watch these lampposts, so I'm going to increase the height a little bit. And you'll find it's going to go back and do what it was doing before I started pushing. So it slowed itself all the way down, and now it's moving back in the same direction as before. I've got to watch these trees. And the reason it does that, I've cancelled that now by the way, is because the trimmer can manage 20% of the authority of the controls. So what does that mean in English? So basically, if you do nothing and the trimmer is set, it will go where the trimmer tells it to. If you start moving your controls, the trimmer is going to try and push the controls back to where the trimmer was set. So if you don't know your way around the helicopter, it feels like the helicopter's resisting your movement. And you've got to keep pushing until you put your controls, and that's all of them, into more than 20% before it's going to do anything. Now, that feels like a pain in the ass, but the weird thing is...
Flying said, nice, just had my first stud since forever.
Oh, really? Did it tell you what the driver was, or did you miss it? So, if you just leave it, it'll go where the trimmer tells it to, okay? And if you look in the hood, you'll see the diamond is where the trimmer's set, but I'm applying a direction, but the helicopter still wants to go where the diamond is. Watch, as soon as I loose, it goes. So what you can do is when you press the trimmer to set it, it doesn't actually set, it disengages. So now the trimmer's disengaged because I'm holding the button down. And I've got free control without any pushback whatsoever on the helicopter. I want it to go over there, it'll go over there. I want it to go over there. And it feels absolutely fine. When it's going where I want it, I'm going to let go of the trimmer, and you'll see the trimmer engage and the diamond jump to where the heading is. And then I reset my stick into the center. And that means if you've got a cup of tea or coffee, you can actually fly this without it going cold, providing you remember, okay? Oh, right, so you got a bug report. Excellent. Okay, so every time you want to maneuver this helicopter, hold the trimmer down, maneuver, especially when you're doing low-level stuff or coming into land. And then when it's there, you let go of the trimmer, it sets. It'll do turns, everything you want it to do. And once you get used to it, it's a really nice helicopter. If you don't get used to the trimmer, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare, to be honest. It will drop out the sky just as easy as other helicopters. It's not magic, so you have to just be aware of how it works. I'm going to switch this off now because in this light, as you can see, it's quite difficult for me to see what's going on. Now I need to try and work out where I am. I'm heading over here. So I need to go 287 a little bit. So I'm going to lower my height get over this hill, and then there's another hill a little bit further forward. Right, I'm holding the trimmer, by the way, to do these adjustments. So I'm moving round to about 287.
Had a Windows update this morning, so it's not reassuring.
The thing is, sometimes the Windows update will update your graphics card as well with whatever version it's got, which is not necessarily the one you had. And so you've already got debug information or an English version of what the debug's telling you. You can download WinDebug and then run it, and it'll give you a clue as to what drivers failed or what was going on. So, am I heading in the right direction? Actually, I need to go in a different direction and head over there.
I don't know what to look for.
It will usually tell you a file name, depending on what went. It'll give you a file name which is likely to be some part of a driver or something like that. Very often you'll see video or NVID DS, is it DSK? You'll find it, you know, often if it's graphical, it'll be NVID something. But it'll just give you a clue. So when you start getting crashes and they're like nondescript and telling you kernel's gone or this is gone and that's gone and so on, you'll find sometimes you know, that might be a memory issue, which is how I found mine. It was because it wasn't consistent. It was just crashing at various stages. Got to watch these pylons. The other thing is, I'm guessing we got a convoy out there with some tanks as well, Stu, where I'm going at, haven't we? You should see. Oh, excellent. So I'm quite clear to get to where I want to get.
Yeah, you want to go into that area. Still got clearing.
We're talking the town and the troops by any chance? Ah, right, okay.
You've got a ZSU 23 bearing 312.
At the moment, I'm heading in that general direction. If you look, there's a marker on the map.
Yeah, I'll see that. Give you a distance.
Well, what I want to do is get that SAM first, because I reckon I can get that SAM from that direction, take that out, and then I can go after the zoo. I need to get down, but I've got to watch these pylons. This little hole's quite good, look. Yeah. Because then that's a little bit sort of easier to manoeuvre around the rest of it, I would guess. I'm going to slow down. Now, when the speed hits 50, right, you'll see the little indicator come back. Got to be careful. We can see the cables here for this. I'm going to slow down before I cross or go underneath. You've got to be careful when you're going under pylon, well, electricity cables. Sometimes you'll find trees without you realising there's trees there because you're not focused on them. And you'll go underneath and then find there's trees blocking the way up. So you'll see that marker come in a minute, look. There it is. And the reason why you have this, because at the moment it looks fairly obvious which way I'm going. And that's because, right, if you're over water or in the clouds, okay, if you're over water or the clouds, then it really is difficult to work out where you are. Now, I don't think I'm too far from that mark. Got to go forward a little bit more. Might even be over here to the right, actually. Thinking of the tree patterns. We can clearly see where the pylons are and where the cables are. So I'm going to just slide under them over here. You can usually go a lot faster. It just adds a bit more difficulty when you've got hills and things. So I need to be in a position that I can utilise the terrain to try and keep me safe. Or called terrain masking. Could be over there, down in this hole. Also got pylons there, so I've got to be careful. Because when I shoot stuff, or try to shoot stuff, there's a chance I'm going to hit the pylons. There is no black hot, white hot in this helicopter. It is one of the things that was supposed to appear in the Shark 3. But as I said, permission to update the helicopter with some of the latest technology that's in the real life one was withdrawn, which is why they created a bastard helicopter, which is neither one thing or another. It's a bit in between, which you can understand them doing, because they've already made the model. They've spent a lot of hours, a lot of man hours building it, and then to have the permission withdrawn that they'd already got, you know, is pretty devastating if they don't do something. That's lost man hours, therefore it's lost money. So you can't blame them for doing what they've done. So again, you can see I've got hills to the left, hills to the right. I'm not stuck in the middle there. So I'm not too far away from where I want to be. I don't want to go too high. And the way I fly with this usually is more of a sniper type affair, rather than run and gun. Just slowing down to have a little look at the map. So my ideal spot is just over there somewhere. I'm just trying to work out where it is. Three, about 1.5 kilometers away. So it's off this way. Again, I'm holding the trimmer. Might even be that hill just over there. I keep myself above the trees. It's always advisable. But above the trees and below the electricity cables. I'll go too high and there's a SAM over there, which I know there, which I know there is. A quick check of the map. Yeah, that's heading in the right direction. So I should be able to hover relatively low down with these ridges and things giving me some level of cover. So from the enemy's point of view, there's a good chance it's going to be really difficult for them to see me. From my point of view, I should get a good view. Think of it like, has anyone ever been in a castle? Now, I know that's quite difficult if you come from the States, unless it's a bouncy castle, but it's not the same thing. The way that the archers had windows were a slit on the outside with a big wide window on the inside, and that allowed the archers to be able to get and cover a big angle with the enemy, basically being able to not get a shot in on them. It was much more difficult. Now I'm just watching these lines here. Can you see the way it goes down a sudden steep hill? I was going to go under them, but they suddenly come down to the ground. So I'm going to go over them instead and just be careful. Keep my ears open, because this thing does tell me now when something's firing at me, especially SAMs. So I think, looking at the terrain, it's likely to be... Oh, I've gone past. Okay. That's going to work either way. So I'm going to come over here. This is going to put me a little bit closer. But I'll use this. See where that path is in those trees? I'll use that. And then that gives me some level of cover. I just hope there's nothing off to my right. So you see that little T-junction there on the base of the hill. I'm aiming for that. Slowing myself down as I'm moving forward. Now the way this system works, you've got an auto hover. And I'm slowing down and I'm going to use the line that you can see there. Hey, hello Pred. You alright matey? How's 4.1? Have they fixed the lifts at Orison yet? I went on yesterday and couldn't come down out the hub. But I had to laugh. I'm just moving over to the right a little bit. And then I'm going to keep moving the stick back in tiny little movements. You see the number on the top left? That's my speed. And what I'm going to do is just move it to get as low as I can. So when I press auto hover, right, which is just enabled, then the helicopter is going to get into a hover really, really quick. You can actually put it into auto hover when it's about 12. Now, I think, let's have a look, I might be pointing in the wrong direction. Now, I need to be pointing over here. And if I remember right, this potentially is, those are Sam's, sorry, tanks. There's the SA-13. And it's at 279, okay? So while I'm in this position, let me move this back up. Whatever it's gone, I can't see it, there it is. Okay, so if it's at 279, it looks like it's off to the right somewhat, okay? So what I'm going to do... Yeah.
Issue is losing the ability to keep. Then I have to go mess with the power to get it working again.
Oh, right, okay. That's fair enough. It is a little bit different for different people, which is quite interesting. So what I'm going to do is rotate my helicopter. Oh, you did? No, I'm not even bothering. I just have this thing about trying all the new stuff when some of the basics isn't working properly. So I just plod on and do the basics and then think, you know, they've gone forward with all of this and they haven't fixed what they've got behind. And some of the stuff that's failing from behind is stuff that's failed for far too long. If you get my gist. Right, so 279 I said, which is there, 5.6k. So I'm going to adjust this. And I'm going to adjust it by using a collective brake. Now, if I pull this little brake, you'll see a little lever come up just under here like a bicycle. And I'm going to hold it and turn my helicopter right to 279. Let's see what happens.
I use the basics, finish the event, our bounties.
How much did you make? Was that, what size mission was it? 13 mil. Come on, I'm just going to trim when I get there. Quickly hit and let go of the trimmer, and that will hold it there. When you do actually get into auto hover, you'll find the fourth light comes on, which also holds the altitude. So this is the right sort of direction, okay? So what I'm going to do now is release the GhashPL. Excuse me 1 second. My ears pop. Oh, right, okay. I'm going down the hauling route at the moment, just working my way up there. So if we look at the helicopter at the front, we've got the GhashPL, which is weapons guidance. Okay, so it's a camera system on a gimbal. To the right of it is a laser, so we use that for range finding. Oh yeah. So what I'm going to do now is increase my height as well. I'm also going to switch on something called auto turn. And what that allows the helicopter to do is automatically turn to where this camera is pointing. But I need to raise my height first of all, okay? So I'm going to increase it slowly. And what I don't want to do is be way, way over the tops of these trees. But I need to be over them enough that I can see, okay? You can also see down below that the sort of greenish coloured screen is not great for looking at. So what should happen is my view from here is going to give me a really wide view, whereas the view from the people on the ground, especially as I'm back away from the top of the hill, should be significantly less. So what that means is as soon as I'm up here, I'm going to get a Sam in the face. Now, if you look on the Abris, can you see that yellow line? That represents where my camera's looking, okay? I'm going to be looking just over here. I'm going to slow down and stop there. I'm going to wait before I take my eyes off what's going on in case this carries on. Because if you move this up too quick, it overcomes the trimmer and you'll keep climbing. And I want to make sure that this isn't increasing while I'm looking down here. So if we look down here, I don't think I'm quite high enough. Again, you can see on the map where it's looking. As I look around, you see these come back to the center. What I'm going to do is start from this side here. I can change the view from wide to narrow. And I'm going to lift up a little bit more. So again, I'm going to hold the brake and just apply, oops, too much, a little bit more height, so that I can see the ground. I think I'm heading in the right direction. See lots of trees, I think. And one of the things I can do is make an adjustment, change the contrast here. Make sure I'm not climbing still. Again, once you start climbing up, you make an adjustment so that, there we go. You make an adjustment so that the input is not going to basically drift in a little bit. I'm going to switch my laser on. I'm also going to switch my weapons on, which I haven't done yet. I usually switch them on when I'm there. And I'm going to select the inner weapons, and you'll see now we've got a target system there. I'm going to zoom in here so I can have a little look around. Now that looks like something there. Can make this a little bit smaller. It's 5.6 kilometers away, which is about right where I expect it to be. I can just see the edges of the town. You can see I'm moving around a little bit. If there's a bit of wind, by the way, when you start moving the view around, you've got to remember that the helicopter is going to turn to match the view. And if it's really windy, what will happen is the wind will catch hold of your helicopter and make you turn more than you want to. So we got a road there leading round the back. Let's have a look at the stability of the helicopter. That's not bad at all. So if there is a bit of drift, it's tiny. You can see the height I'm at now, where I was before. If we look here, am I even looking in the right place? Hopefully. So we can see somewhere on the town, and there's a road, but I can't tell whether I'm looking at this bit or this bit at the moment. I need to look on the left bit, and there's going to be airport behind there. I can't see any airport at the moment. I can see roads. Main road going round the back. This might not even be the town. Yeah, it looks like it according to that. Just whizzing over there. See what I can see here. Again, as you change, you see the way this adjusts, so I need to adjust as I go. I don't think that is the town. Let's lift up just a little bit higher. I don't like lifting up while I'm in that screen. You can also see now this is the target, right, Pipper for the missile, which is laser guided, and it's got a range of 7.1 in auto mode. You've got a minimum range, a maximum range, and you've also got a set of rules or a profile that said if your target is within the range of the weapon and your laser is pointing to the target, then you should be able to fire it. I go up another little bit. It's going to give me a bit more of a view down here, but I've got to be careful. I've also got to be ready to move. What will probably happen is I'll just get a missile straight to the face. That will make me jump and make you guys jump as well, possibly. I think I'm just on the edges of the town. Being a little bit cautious with me going up. Because as I said, look, see the way I've stopped, and this feels like it's still going up. I'm pretty sure this is the town, by the way. Just looking around the outskirts. Sorry if I just push my head in the view. In fact, I've got a big red blob on me, I didn't realise. Oh well, that doesn't matter, does it? Switch that off. I'm not seeing anything there. Can't see anything through these trees. So I'm going to look more to the left. I'm going to lift up a little bit more. Where's my escape? Off to the right, or be better down to the left. But I can't go too far, otherwise I'll lose the hill. So let's go up a little bit more. Slow it down, make sure it stops. With a lot of the other modules, you get white hot, black hot. So things can stand out. With this, it's much more difficult, to be honest. There's something that could be the SAM. So what I'm going to do, select it. Okay. Why isn't it selected it? Is it because it's already dead? Or is it just not seeing it? That to me looks dead, because watch what happens when I... Oh! Wait a minute. Interesting. Lasers on, everything's on. Weapon selected. So why on earth isn't it targeting it? Because my master caution, a master arm isn't on. There you go. So now, if we go back to that, which I... Oh really?
Do you not see that haze?
Not yet, matey. I got my head down. So, why is that not choosing? Can you see the way these aren't? You know, before when I said about, are we on our own server?
Yeah.
I've got a whole load of targets here that are not actually allowing me to lock. Do you remember that problem we had before? And everything's on. So I think there is possibly a script error going on.
Go a bit like green or
Charlie, are you still in or out?
Yeah, I'm still there, mate. Yeah, no problem.
I'll go to auto manual and see, but I think my missile will go and it's not going to do anything. So basically, I think the server's had a script error. That is definitely the target I'm looking for. So I should be able to fire. Let me just check above. Align those. Rifle. So that's going to go there. You watch what happens. Right. So we can see the flames. Right. And that was a bit behind, so I'm going to do it again. And I'm pretty sure that is invincible. Are you picking up any rifles from me? Like, as in my missile warning? Ah. Let's watch what happens. Yeah, I'm right. I've just fired 2 missiles, one a fraction behind, one on it. Whilst there's a lot of smoke and stuff, I don't think the tank is on fire or blown up. I think the mission's hung. So I'll show you what I mean then. If we go into here, which one was it? Was it this one? Tanks. That's the one I'm after. F11. There it is. See? Now can you see that fire? On that tank there. You see that fire there? I don't think that there it's doing anything. I think that's just a fire. See, around the tank. It's not blown up, it's not destroyed. Oh, I was just saying it's not blown up, not destroyed, and it blew up. That's weird. Did you see that blow up at all? Anybody? Okay, so it might just be my guidance system. There's other stuff, look. They've got little radars on. So whether it's because that's just on the edge, let's see if we can hit it, shall we? Rifle.
Trying flying said, is your laser on?
Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't get the range finding. Bizarre, isn't it? See if it reaches. Right, yeah, for some reason it is destroying them, but I'm not getting a lock.
Look at that one, it's still there.
Oh, is it still there for you?
My target.
Oh, your target, okay. We could still be playing in isolation. Wouldn't be the first time. See if I can hit that one there. Just lift, because it's just on the edge of its where it wants to be. I'm going to just go a little bit high. And just align that with that. Rifle. And let's have a look at that one. Oh, wrong button again. There we go. Not convinced. There's tanks there. That's a truck. That's the airbase. At least I'm hitting stuff, I suppose. More tanks. Don't think I've actually hit what I wanted to. Shilker. What is it you're looking for? Oh, right, okay. It's something called AIM XYZ. So there's a very small camera on the top of my monitor in the middle, unlike where track IR would be. I don't wear headphones, as you can see, so I prefer to have something that tracks my head without. It works really well. I bought it for the other half. I've never given it to her because my track IR broke. And it works well with this. It works well with Star Citizen as well. Look it up. Just Google it. I think you can get it from Amazon as well now. However, I think they're out of stock. But it's a product from China. But it does work well. So I'm just looking for some of those other things. What's that there? Building. I don't.
Yes, I found it. Thanks.
You're welcome. It does. Once you set it up, I can't think what the resolution is, but it is quite good, to be honest. But I just like the fact that I don't have to wear headphones, because once you've been streaming for a bit, before you know where you are, it feels like you're wearing headphones all the time. Do you know what I mean?
Russia said the VKBS Gladiators on the UK site never seem to be in stock.
I tell you what, I'm waiting for the twist grip to come up, twist grip mod, but I haven't seen that at all. Now I think those tanks there are the ones possibly on this corner, which would then lead me into these buildings. So the thing I wanted is this here. That's tanks. There's the SA-13 in that grove. So look for a crossroads, look for the road, look for the crossroads, and then back on the grove. So that looks like a road. Can't see a proper crossroads, but it might be the thing that we want. It's in the groves down here. I'm not sure why I'm not getting anything. I switch my laser off. Right, I can't lock anyway. Switch my laser on and it's not doing what I want. Now I don't know whether the sun, let's have a look. Am I looking into the sun? The sun's above. I used to notice that the sun would cause problems for the Schwal if it was too bright looking into it.
Of the EU site providers and understand what import tax is, and if it will tell me when I order them, or do I have to work it out myself?
The import tax is probably 20%. It's VAT, I think. So basically, if you order it, you'll get another phone call, letter or email telling you that you've got to pay the import duty before it's done. You see that over there, look? Now am I going to get a lock on that? Nothing. However, I could shoot at it if I can track it. So let's move this back here. I'm on manual, so I would have to guide that in by hand. So it's gone over there, it's going to go past there, I think. It might turn around there.
Interesting.
I think it's 20% normally. There might be a small handling charge. It's like when I bought my chair and bits and bobs. I thought I'd paid for it all, and then I get a thing saying I've got to pay 300 quid, right, before I can get my goods. Right. Rifle. Right, now. Watch that. There goes the missile. Lift it up just a little bit above where I want to hit. Because it went too high. I was going to say it will drop. Wait for it to come over here. Where's it going? Now it's going all the way to the back, look. I've been after that before and had problems. Let's turn the helicopter to there. Sure that thing's going to reappear soon. It's going back down there. Can I get it from there? Typical. Don't hit that mast. See what I mean about dropping short? Not not going to be able to hit it from here. Not while it's moving that quick. Finish these tanks off, but I don't think this is working, by the way. I just think the game is crashed or something. Rifle. We'll go and have a look once I got these out of the way.
You would have laughed at me surrounded by military gear. There was even XL jump drive and couldn't even move it.
Oh, really? Let's try that one. This is a really good solo person helicopter.
Tried to push it
Whereas
without success.
rifle, whereas the Apaches are very good two-person. Anything you got to rely on AI is much better with people. Was you by yourself? I take it, Pred. Did that hit that? Or is that behind it? Possibly. There's one there as well. Let's make sure that's aligned. Otherwise it doesn't find the laser. In fact, if I switch this...
Jack's head back. Had an early dinner.
Ah, right, okay. You should find that it won't let me fire unless this is aligned. Right, so you see the letter C. So when I've got a C, it means that I get a consent to fire. Rifle. So in this case, I know that the missile's going to go towards the target. But if there's no C, then it won't let me shoot at all. Is that something there? So I do think that something isn't working properly, but I can't be 100%. I think there's still a SAM in the grove over here somewhere. If it was locking, I might be able to lock on it, but it doesn't seem to be locking properly. So I'm going to have to risk it. Okay, when you take it out of auto hover, first of all, you want to reset. Take it out of auto hover and then switch off altitude hold. Switch off your laser, because if you leave it on all the time, you can burn it out. Put head tracking back on. Center my view, hold the trimmer down. And let's start moving forward and see what happens. Well, let's see if anything takes a pot shot at me first. I'm going to be quite close now. Yep, see that then? That's probably, could be a mortar, could be some sort of guided rocket thing. But I'm moving across here a little bit faster than they are. Ah, something in there, can you see it? I'm going to speed up a little bit. Move up to here, hopefully. And that, I don't think that was a plane, that was something from the base. Or those tanks. So I'm heading over here so I can get some cover. And then when I get over this ridge, unless I come face to face with something else, which may happen. Oh, there's a hole here. Let's try this hole. I'll try and slow this thing down, which is not the easiest thing to slow down. Especially when I'm moving as fast as I was. I shouldn't really be doing it in that direction, but...
Ship Russia said, "Thought may as well try it as I finished the event."
Yeah, you may as well. Let's tuck myself down here and see what I can see. You still on Grandad or you fell asleep? Look, see, they're still shooting at me from something. Not sure what.
Hugo said, Silver,
Yeah, I'm still alive as well.
here.
I was thinking the other day, right, something you said, or you take the piss out of. As you know, one of those little bylines to something, and it was when I've got the training stuff sorted, I'm sure it's going to be like Mark Spitz's coach couldn't swim. Just some sort of reference.
Sarcasm, surely.
I think you missed earlier. You might have fell asleep. How's Lewis?
Said, other than that, I cruise in my Eclipse, watching from the shadows. Took out a hammerhead 10 kilometers away. Was fun to watch, all with one missile.
Yeah, I got jumped the other day. I've been flying around in the Hull Sea. I wasn't too bothered. I was just doing a normal mission.
Hugo said, he's good tea.
Good. Is he not nicking your computer all the time yet? Yeah, I was just milling around in the Hull Sea and then somebody decided to jump on me. There's about 3 ships. And I'd got such a little load on the Hull Sea and I just sat there and let them get on with it. And then they boarded and I'm just like standing there doing nothing. And they're like, oh, and then they went out again. And it was quite amusing, really. It was like, you make it as boring as possible for people. You haven't even got a load. I think they were just doing it for the sake of doing it. Right, okay, so...
Oh yes. But as I was at work this morning, 1 o'clock to 8 o'clock, I got dibs.
Ah, right. 1 till 8, yeah. What was in the other day? 4 till 12. I have to go out about 2:15. So that's 3:14 for 6.
HX1.
Ah,
Ship Russia said, 2 days ago I was blown up with 200 corundum and 100 cooper. I was so made they didn't rob me. I was like your terrible pirates. My doors was open. I wasn't there. Was so easy.
right, I'm just going to adjust this round now. I'm heading towards the targets. I'm hiding down the hole. I'm not saying they won't shoot me straight off as soon as I stick my head up.
So yeah, I wasn't mad. They killed me. I was mad. They was rubbish pirates. Mad.
So you did fall to sleep while you were watching me then, Grandad. Is that what you were admitting to?
That was 13 mil if they robbed it.
Yeah. I should have told them then, so you shouldn't be doing it like this, you should do it like that. Or you shouldn't be doing it like that, do it like this. Blimey, where the hell am I? Oh, I see.
Grandad Hugo said, not at all. I have never had pity on my forehead.
Right, let's see if I can say anything. This time I am likely to get shot by something. Oh, right. Yeah, sometimes it's just like everything, isn't it? If they don't know what they're doing. Yeah, well, I've gone the other way, as I said. I've gone XYZ, which seems to work, as you can tell. It seems to be steady tracking. and it I think I've got a graphical glitch going on there. See those funny lines? Also got to make an adjustment on the contrast in that. There you go, so I can see. Just checking around just to make sure, see what else. Okay, so it's definitely going over here. I don't know whether it was the RT having a pop at me or what, or whether it was tanks firing things at me. Go up a little bit more. How many weapons have I got? 3. Let's change my...
Russia said, ain't the Toby eye tracker any good?
I don't know. The only thing I've heard of some people in DCS is it sometimes loses track. But I don't know.
All you need is a good webcam.
Yeah, if you get a reasonable webcam, it just depends on which software's backing it. I mean, I've got a $10 app on my phone just to try it out of curiosity. And that actually did the job, you know, up to a point. And it's always, you know, how far you're prepared to compromise with stuff, what are its limits, etc. But it can certainly be done on the cheap.
Jackson said, there is an eye tracker on Steam too. Be my tracker. Only need a webcam with that too.
Be my tracker, that's what Platty's just said.
Russia said, oh yeah, that.
That's alright, Jax. It takes a long time for stuff to get over to some of these countries, especially when you're in the sticks. I might get shot here. That's still moving up. Need to slow it down a bit. Change his contrast so I can see that direction. Looks like there's something over there. Can't tell if it's a bush or a tree, or if it is a tank or what. Get a better view. There we go.
Jackson said, I must be lagging behind. Refresh.
Yeah. It's not great, is it? It's getting very murky. Probably the best I'm going to get. Something that I can't tell if that's a bush or a tree or what. Have I got a range on it? Nope. Have I got my laser on? Nope. 8.2. If I want to shoot something at 8.2, I just have to put it into manual mode. We're looking onto the airbase at the moment. I was just going to say, so if you remember, that thing was moving around and that's it there. Right, something I haven't done. I didn't set this to auto. The helicopter will probably swing round, which it is. I'll move this back to manual, so I'm going to put it so this allows me to shoot. I just did something stupid then. Let's see if I can get this thing. Rifle. Now, last time when I had a problem, I was hitting this thing all the time. It would never blow up. Don't matter how many times I hit it. Oh. Okay, maybe this time it did. Right, can you see the shulker that goes around the base blown up?
Yeah, I'm fine, I only got it. There's one still moving on the other end. Right.
That was quite stretched.
Right of that one.
Yeah, looking. That was 8
It's behind the build.
Okay.
Grandad Hugo said, any good jacks?
That was
Can you see?
just one moment. No, I can see the mast at the front. I can see a load of masts. There might be water towers, but I think I know which ones you mean.
It's just come out, heading to behind the flare out.
Right. Can you see what I see on my screen? I don't know if you got the stream on, but it's all over the place. So I think I'm down the other end of the runway.
Tried T Grandad Hugo, but I know a few use it for trucking.
Yeah, what's it use? Is it
That's the one you just went from there.
yeah. There's nothing else this way. It must be the other end.
There are a few things behind. See that you've got a few trucks down.
Are they just trucks or are they?
Trucks. Well,
Yeah, I think I've probably got one missile left. 2.
they are mobile artillery. Also, a little bit further in, more of those rocket dudes, and there's another
Oddworld Glenn said, I
to
have
the
been my
left of
tracker.
that target you hit.
There you go. Yeah, copy that. Does it work, Glenn? There's something tucked behind that wall there.
Yeah, it's halfway between the smoke, the building, trees.
Yeah, you can see what's happening with my graphics. It's like up and down all over the place. It's all green splodges or grey splodges. There's a lot of buildings all destroyed.
Yeah, Charlie's been getting all an hardened aircraft. There's one more to get. Even taking out all the hardened aircraft for us.
I've got a line of 3 things somewhere by the trucks.
Yeah, looks like another truck up there and a couple of vehicles.
It's the ones
It's not bad ones.
in the middle.
Play around with the
Yeah, I
settings.
think there's
I'm not going to lie, it's not as good as normal head tracking.
area.
This is the thing sometimes, you know, things are nearly there, but not quite. Anyway. I wonder if it is the mobile artillery that was taking pots at me earlier, possibly. I'm going to lift up my height somewhat and see what happens. I've got to be careful though because it's simple.
There is quite a lot that's sort of from the north end arenas.
Yeah, I've got ammo, but in terms of gun, but I haven't got much in the way of missiles. I can see the water towers now, that way off to my right.
Yeah, he's just heading back to,
Okay,
but he's going to be so you probably have to wait till it gets towards the first one that you hit. And he's going to be behind the ball and turn.
that'd be a good day if I could hit him on the fly.
Tracking part, does I have a wondering I know.
Let's move back just a little bit because otherwise I'm going to be way too high. And what I don't want to do, again, is keep going up and up and up and up without realising it. And this little gauge on the right only tells me so far up, as you can see. Can't see anything moving at the moment. It's all just a little bit outside the proper range for this. This looks like the town I was shooting at earlier.
Jackson said, that's an issue I haven't thought about. Old World Glen makes sense.
I think I might just edge my way in and see what happens, eh? That's a control tower. Can't see any movement.
Flying said, my wife said that about me the other day. I said I can't walk around with my eyes shut.
There's another shield.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, he's sort of. It's in a depression, but it's got it's an artillery truck and a BT. Oh, they're quite as two ship depression.
Can't see where that depression is likely to be at the moment. Quite a bit of stuff left here.
About 283.
.283, how far?
About
Old World Glen said, at Jackson it's a great starting point though, and you can just choose head tracking on it. I would say try the demo on Steam first. If you like it then don't buy it on Steam, get the standalone.
That might be these. Enemy radar. Right, I got you. Let's have a look. 283. Reset everything. Switch off the laser. Switch off the SHVAL. Switch off. Whoop, don't want that one. Get off. What the hell? What got you? Pardon? Oh, I didn't think there was any Sams left. What's going on here?
I'm still down there somewhere. I can't get to it coming from.
What's going on? That's off. There we go. So let's play undulations.
But at least that bunker's so
Thank you for the
Gonna have to take this off.
CWV_Redbeard.
Hey, Redbeard. How the devil are you, matey? Still plugging away, nearly winding up soon.
Is really appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Lower gear.
Ah, shut your hole. You and your lower gear. I know there's a depression over here, but I think it's over this slope, I hope. Otherwise I'm going to come face to face with something quite quickly. I'm just going to try and keep it low. I don't want to go in too fast. Because you can see this is undulating. So every time I'm going over a slight slope, everything can see me. But the trouble is when I drop down to down a hole, there's a hole full of enemy. Gonna have to cough, excuse me. There you go, finished subtasks. I didn't even know there were submarines in it. See, it's a dad joke.
Oh, that's because they're underwater all the time.
Yeah, it's these little pools, isn't it? I should have looked better. There'd be a little periscope. Just waiting for the bang. Oh, yeah, I'm being
Grandad
poked with a
said,
laser.
There is in the Huey campaign, so why not the cap?
There's a what? There's a what in the what campaign?
Submarine.
Oh, right, yes, yes. Sorry, Grandad.
Warning. Under attack. Warning. Under attack.
Under attack from the left now.
Lower gear. Lower gear.
She rolling her R's at the end of that. Let's try and get over this little slope here without hitting the trees. Okay, slow it down. Just leaning into the left a little bit. Right, there's something over here. Don't quite know where I am, but let's see. We've got a safe enough little hidey hole. Just moving backwards a little bit so I'm not right on top of the trees. And then hit the auto hover. Right. I'm going to lift up. Let's have a look on the map, see where I am relative to where I was going. I was going over there. Need a heading of about 280, but I think there's more than just the one thing.
Does the KA-50V3 still give you a warning when other CAS fire something nearby?
Yeah, gives you a warning for anything that's fired, which is why everybody has to shout rifle. Gives you a warning on everything, but it was giving me warning that something was following me, scanning me. I've got something to the left, and look, something over there somewhere. Could be a plane. There could be. Look, that's a missile. Possibly. Oh. Is that a plane after me, Stu? Oh, it's already got me. I think I just toasted my feet then as I went up. It just blew up. Yeah, singed my laces. Let's have a look. Ejected. Yeah, it's an SA-15. No, that killed Charlie. Does it say what blew me up? Oh, there we go. Red AI, a bloody tank, would you believe it? Sniped me with an AT-11.
Yeah, literally in a bit, like 4,500 metres away. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to manoeuvre for something else that was shooting over from my right, but I'd only got a bit of a depression to get into. Anyway, time-wise, I'm finished for the day, I think. Thank you very much for washing. I just said washing, did you hear? Thank you very much for washing. Don't think anyone was washing.
I wish I could be saying that.
Yeah, mine's all done, but I'll whack it in a tumble dryer and then just take it out hot, hang it up, and it's good. Right, let me go and find somebody. Snake is on, is he?
What should I do now?
Ah, right, I'm going to...
It said, my washing is done.
All your washing's done. Excellent. Thank you for sorting all your washing out, everybody. And hopefully you'll come washing with me next week. I'm just going to pass you over to Snake Venom. So please feel free to ask him if he's doing his washing. He will not have a clue what you're on about. He's the guy who popped in a little bit earlier on. And I'll pass you over when that's ready. Thanks for watching. Tomorrow... Oh. Wait 1 minute. Made a bit of a typo. Tomorrow I'll be streaming... what's the name of it? Oh, Star Citizen, that's it. I really forgot then. I'll be streaming Star Citizen with a bit of luck from sometime tomorrow morning after shopping, because I didn't get the shopping done today. So thanks very much for watching, and I'll see some of you tomorrow. Cheers all, and goodbye.
Ship Crusher said, I'll pay you milk to help me, haha, joking.
Right, guys,